Chapter 11:05. Oh, the golden-clad old man's interest was piqued when he heard Cheng He's words. What do you mean? Whether it was Lai, the clan leader of Clan, or the green-clad old man behind the golden-clad old man, all of them looked at Cheng He curiously. It was obvious they were interested in this as well. Last time, Lung Chi was so close to killing that woman. At that critical moment, he actually attacked me and attracted Lung Chi's attention. Cheng He said, although he managed to save that woman, he was targeted by Lung Chi. If I didn't ask Lung Chi to spare him, he would have died in Lung Chi's hands. Cheng He finished his sentence in one breath. This otherworldling is different from most of the otherworldlings in the rumors. Rumor has it that most of the otherworldlings are cold-blooded and rarely reveal their true feelings, let alone use their own lives to save the lives of others. The golden-clad old man sighed. It doesn't matter if he's different from the other variants. This time, I'll definitely be able to pry the secret out of his mouth. Cheng He's eyes gleamed coldly. His face was filled with confidence. A day's time passed very quickly. On the second day, a group of buildings appeared in front of Cheng He and the other four. We've arrived at the Lu clan, the golden-clad old man said. As the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, this was not his first time coming to the Lu clan. However, whenever he visited the Lu clan in the past, he would always be a guest of honor in the Lu clan and would always be warmly welcomed by the Lu clan. This was his first time coming to the Lu clan to snatch someone away. Initially, he did not want to offend the Lu clan. However, he was tempted by the things Cheng He promised him. Driven by the benefits, he decided to help Cheng He, even if he would fall out with the Lu clan because of this. Over there! After arriving in the sky above the Lu clan's estate, Cheng He immediately looked at the east side of the Lu clan's estate. At the same time, he flew out and arrived in the sky above the area in just a blink of an eye. Lai and the golden-clad old man followed closely behind Cheng He. Behind them were Lung Chi and the blue-clad old man. The blue-clad old man was like Lung Chi. If Lung Chi was Cheng He's shadow, then the blue-clad old man would be the golden-clad old man's shadow. As the only Grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land and the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, the golden-robed old man was highly valued by the Weapons Craftsmen Guild in the inner land. For this reason, the Inland Craftsmen Guild sent out a blue-robed old man to follow him closely and be responsible for his safety at all times. After a short while, Cheng He and the other four arrived in the sky above a spacious mansion. Duan Lingtian, get out here! Suddenly, Cheng He opened his mouth and shouted. His voice was filled with Yuan energy and swept out. It spread throughout the entire Lu clan mansion and even the Lu clan's base. For a moment, the entire Lu clan's residence was in an uproar. Someone is looking for Elder Duan. To ask Elder Duan to scram as soon as he opens his mouth. It seems like he doesn't have good intentions. Many of the Lu clan's disciples discussed animatedly. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. He was the only Grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan, although there were now people targeting Duan Lingtian, and they did not come with good intentions. However, not many people were worried about Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, their Lu clan was one of the two most powerful clans in the northern mountain land. They were completely capable of protecting Elder Duan. However, compared to the optimism of the Lu clan's disciples, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, had a grave expression on his face. Damn it, it's that Cheng He again. Previously, Cheng He had left with his tail between his legs. He had returned after 3 months, and he did not come with good intentions. It seems like Cheng He has found someone to help him. After a short while, Lu Rue and the 3 great guardian elders of Lu clan gathered together and rose into the air. They looked at the 5 figures in the distance. Due to the distance, they could not see the faces of the 5 people clearly. However, they knew Cheng He was among them. They guessed Lung Chi, who was always by Chung Hee's side to protect him, must be there as well. Let's go over and have a look. Let's see what kind of help Chung Hee has found to make him so confident that he dares to make a comeback. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, took the lead and flew out with his small eyes. Lu Rui, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji followed closely behind. After a short while, the four of them arrived at the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate. In the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate, two people were already confronting Chung Hee and the other four people. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Lu Rui and the other three people were familiar with the two people. They recognized the two of them. They were none other than Elder Duan's confidant and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. They were none other than Elder Duan's lover and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. It seems like Duan Lingtian is planning to be a coward today. To think he actually sent a woman like you here. However, other than Duan Lingtian, my target this time is you as well. Chung, he looked at the red-clothed woman standing nearby. His eyes flashed as he spoke, unhurriedly. Why you dare to humiliate him? As soon as Chung Hee's words left his mouth, the flames on the devastatingly beautiful woman's body surged and turned into a sword-shaped flame. Her voice was cold, and she looked at Chung Hee as though she was looking at a dead man. Just as she spoke, and before Chung Hee could respond, she moved. Whoosh! Her 5-foot-long sword shot out as she followed, closely behind. The tip of the sword-shaped flame locked onto Chung Hee. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery, red lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it made Chung Hee's face turn pale. It's only been 3 months. How did her strength improve so much? That was the only thought in Chung Hee's mind. At the same time, the sword-shaped flames arrived near Chung Hee. They were so fast that Chung Hee was unable to dodge them. They were simply too fast, so fast that he was unable to dodge them. Humph! Chung Hee's heart was in his mouth when a cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, a green figure appeared before Chung Hee's eyes. When Chung Hee saw the green figure, he sighed in relief. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that he was no longer in danger since the person before him had made his move. Boom! As soon as Chung Hee's thoughts changed, the green figure charged toward Feng Tianwu and collided with the fiery, red, gigantic sword that Feng Tianwu had transformed into. A loud bang was heard. As the two forces collided, the airflow in the air exploded and set off waves of vibrating airwaves. The airwaves spread in all directions and turned into gusts of violent wind. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind blew, and it seemed like a demonic wind was blowing in the east of the Lu clan's mansion. Some of the maids who did not have a high cultivation base were blown to the ground. As for the people in the sky, their robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not suffer any substantial damage. Their gazes were locked onto the two people who were clashing against each other. At this moment, the two people separated after the loud bang. The energy surrounding the green figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Due to the speed of his attack, the heaven and earth energy above his head did not even have the time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before it dissipated again. It was as though it had never appeared. Unlike the green-clad middle-aged man who did not move, the fiery, red, gigantic sword that was formed by him and his sword was sent flying. It only stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Barf! The red-clad lady who was holding the 5-foot-long red, flexible sword could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood with her pale face when the sword-shaped flame on her body began to wilt. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the red-clad lady's head that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was about to dissipate. It was 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, and a silhouette that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon. It was a strong visual impact as it descended. It was also a dragon, but it was not an ancient horned dragon. Its body was thick and long. It was equivalent to an ancient horned dragon that was more than 10 times larger. Of course, there was a big difference in the details. Whether it was the sharp claws on its body or the dragon scales on its body, all of them exuded a majestic aura. The ancient horned dragon could not compare to it at all. If the ancient horned dragon was a baby dragon, then this was an adult dragon. In that case, this dragon was an adult dragon. Not only were the details of its body completely different from a horned dragon, but even its head was completely different from an ancient horned dragon. The ancient horned dragon's head looked a little ferocious. It was quite different from the legendary divine dragon with a pure bloodline. However, this dragon that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon was not much different from the legendary divine dragon, regardless of the details on its body or its head. Moreover, its pair of sharp eyes exuded a majestic aura at all times. It gave off an oppressive feeling, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon. In the distance, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was dumbfounded when he saw this. "Clan leader, didn't you say? Miss Tian Wu can only exert the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons at most if she unleashes her full strength? How? How is this possible?" Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. His little eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself. "As soon as Miss Tianwu makes her move, she'll gather the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon's silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes. Her full strength is equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons." Lu Ji said solemnly, "The strength of an ancient black dragon is transformed from the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Miss Tianwu's current strength is equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons, based on the ancient horned dragon's strength." Lu Gui sucked in a cold breath. The difference between this and the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons that the clan leader mentioned was too huge, right? I don't know. Lu Rue stared blankly at the heavily injured, red-clad lady in the distance. His face was filled with confusion. He could not figure out what was happening before him. Could it be that Miss Tianwu has been holding back earlier? Chapter 1106. Miss Tianwu. Lu Rue and the 3 old men next to him were horrified when they saw Feng Tianwu was injured. No matter what, she was Elder Duan's confidant. Now that she was injured in front of them, how are they going to explain it to Elder Duan? At the same time, Xiong Quan, who was originally standing next to Feng Tianwu, was horrified when he saw Feng Tianwu was injured. He glared at the green-clad middle-aged man and shouted coldly, "You're seeking death!" At that moment, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed due to his anger. It was as though it had transformed into a milky white, sword-shaped flame that completely enveloped him. It emitted a fierce aura. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level void interpretation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when it was fully unleashed. This was Xiong Quan's full strength. "You're seeking death." Originally, when they saw Xiong Quan shouting at the green-clad middle-aged man, Qing He, and the others had a grave expression on their faces. To them, no matter if it was the red-clad lady or the middle-aged man, they were unfamiliar faces. However, this middle-aged man actually dared to shout at the person who had injured the red-clad lady. In their opinion, he should be quite powerful. He might not be weaker than the red-clad lady. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the middle-aged man's head, they could not help but look at each other with a strange expression on their faces. The person they thought was a powerhouse was actually someone who had not even reached the threshold of the peak of the void. And the green-clad, middle-aged man who had injured Feng Tianwu earlier, Leng Qi, who was tailing behind Qing He, spat out those two words and disappeared completely before Xiong Quan's eyes. Boom! Just when Xiong Quan's scalp went numb and he realized he might be in big trouble, a loud explosion resonated not far away from him. Rolling airwaves spread out and set off gusts of wind again. At the same time, Xiong Quan felt as if he was in the eye of a storm. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful wave of air. When he gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand 100 meters away, the first thing he saw was the back of an old man appearing in front of him and blocking Leng Qi's way. Leng Qi was only about 10 meters away from where he had been. In an instant, a cold feeling surged up from the bottom of Xiong Quan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to his head, causing his body to tremble for no reason. At some point, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. He knew, if it wasn't for the old man in front of him stopping Leng Qi in time, he would have died. With my current strength, when can I help young master? At this moment, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. In front of these people who had come to cause trouble for the young master, there was nothing he could do. Old patriarch. When Leng Qi attacked Xiong Quan, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders were horrified. They immediately flew out to save Xiong Quan. However, their speed was far slower than Leng Qi, coupled with the fact that Leng Qi was closer to Xiong Quan. They could only watch as Xiong Quan fell into a life-threatening situation. He's Elder Duan's man. If he dies, how are we going to explain this to Elder Duan? Just when they thought Xiong Quan was going to die, a thought appeared in their minds. The situation suddenly changed. The strongest person in Lu clan, the old patriarch of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, appeared and stopped Leng Qi to save Xiong Quan. After Lu Qiu stopped Leng Qi, there was nothing Leng Qi could do. He quickly retreated and retreated behind Qing He. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the clan leader of Lu clan and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders also came to Lu Qiu's side and stood side by side with him. Old patriarch. Then, the 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu nodded at the 4 of them before he looked at Qing He and the others. His gaze swept past Qing He and the others. Clan leader, oh, guild leader Amo, I wonder why you've come from afar. Lu Qiu asked as calmly as he could when his gaze finally landed on the middle-aged man and the golden-clad old man next to Qing He. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Lu Rui and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders' expressions changed. Clan leader O? Guild leader Amo? In the northern Mountainland and entire southern Outer Land, there were only 2 people whom their old patriarch addressed in such a manner. The clan leader of Northern Mountains, O clan, Olai. The guild leader of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild's main guild in the southern Outer Land, Emojia. Following that, they followed Lu Qiu's gaze. With just a glance, they saw 2 figures that were extremely familiar to them. Olai! Emojia! When Lu Rui and the others saw the middle-aged man who stood there like a saber and the old man who was dressed in a forbidden robe, their expressions turned grave immediately. Lu Qiu, let's not beat around the bush. Today, if your Lu clan hands Duan Lingtian over to Qing He, I'll still be friends with the Lu clan. Emo Jia looked at Lu Qiu with a gleam in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Friends? The moment Emo Jia's words left his mouth, the 5 people from Lu clan were stunned. After a while, Lu Qiu was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Emo Jia and sneered. Our Lu clan really can't afford to befriend you. When Lu Rui and the others regained their senses, they were furious as well. This Emo Jia had already bullied their Lu clan, and he still had the audacity to call himself their friend? If that's the case from today onward, the Lu clan and I will no longer be friends. Mojia's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Chio's words. The blue-clad old man behind him was wearing a blue robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Chio as though he was ready to attack Lu Chio. Clan leader O, are you here to help Chung he take Elder Duan away from our Lu clan? Lu Rue asked as he looked at O Lai with gleaming eyes. O Lai glanced at Lu Rue and nodded nonchalantly. How dare you? Lu Rue's face turned grave, and he immediately scolded O Lai. How dare you? Upon hearing Lu Rue's words, not only was O Lai stunned, but even Chang He Mo Jie and the two people behind them were stunned as well. Clan leader Lu, former clan leader Lu. Soon after, O Lai regained his senses and glanced at Lu Rue and Lu Chio nonchalantly. Your Lu clan and our O clan are the two great clans in the northern mountain land that have been passed down for 10,000 years. Although we've had many grudges for 10,000 years, we're more like family friends. Today, I came to your Lu clan to help Elder Chung he take away the person he wants. As for the Lu clan, the O clan, and I have no intention of offending you. O Lai finished his words calmly. What a nice excuse. Lu Rue sneered. Oh, Lai, the moment you said you wanted to help Chung he take Elder Duan away, you've already stood on the opposite side of our Lu clan. From today onward, the Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. Lu Rue's voice reverberated loudly in the air. At once, many people in the Lu clan's estate heard Lu Rue's words. It's the clan leader's voice. The clan leader seems to be saying that our Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Don't tell me the person who came aggressively and asked Elder Duan to get lost is from the O clan. That's possible. At once, everyone in the Lu clan's estate began to discuss among themselves. Many Lu clan's elders and disciples even flew up into the air. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Who knew if a fight would break out later? If a fight broke out, it would be a battle between martial monarchs. The shock wave from the collision of energy would be enough to send them flying or even injure them. Lu Rue, making the Lu clan and our O clan irreconcilable. I don't think you can make such a big decision, right? O Lai asked nonchalantly when he heard Lu Rue's words. At the same time, his eyes shifted to Lu Chio, who was standing in the distance. As far as I know, you don't seem to have the right to make such a decision for the Lu clan in front of the former clan leader. When O Lai spoke, his face was calm. It was neither happy nor angry. However, there was a hint of mockery in his words. He was mocking Lu Rue for not living up to his title as the clan leader. Ha! Clan leader O! Do you think everyone can control the entire clan like you do? Changhe laughed and looked at Lu Rue mockingly. Some people might be the clan leader, but they don't have absolute authority. In my eyes, such a person is just a puppet. Guild leader Ching, you're always so direct when you speak. No matter what, some people are still the clan leader and a reputable person. It doesn't seem right for you to mock him in public, right? Mo Jie chimed in with a smile. However, judging from the mockery on the corner of his mouth, it did not seem like a person who would speak up for Lu Rue. His tone was more like he was adding fuel to the fire and mocking Lu Rue further. Lu Rue's face turned pale, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Who said Lu Rue is not qualified to make decisions for the Lu clan? At this moment, Lu Chio sneered. From the moment I handed over the position of clan leader to Lu Rue, he's the supreme clan leader of the Lu clan. His words represent the Lu clan's will. Lu Chio's words were convincing as he defended Lu Rue, the clan leader of the Lu clan. At once, Lu Rue's expression softened. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Lu Chio had helped him out of this predicament. Moreover, from today onward, other than protecting the Lu clan and the Lu clan's interests, I, Lu Chio, will no longer interfere in the Lu clan's affairs. Soon after, Lu Qiu made his stance clear again so that the others could no longer mock Lu Ruwei. We don't want to interfere in the Lu clan's affairs, even if you want us to. Today, we're not here to make an enemy out of the Lu clan. We're only here to take Duan Lingtian away. Cheng, he took a step forward and looked at Lu Ruwei. Since the clan leader of the Lu clan has absolute authority in the Lu clan, please give us an answer. The moment Cheng He's words left his mouth, Olai and Mo Jia took a step forward as well. They stood next to him and looked at Lu Ruwei. Chapter 1107. Cheng, he was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, a grade 1 alchemist would not pose much of a threat to the Lu clan. The most threatening person was the green-clad, middle-aged man behind him. Lung Qi's strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu, the strongest person in the Lu clan. 3 months ago, Cheng He had brought Lung Qi to the Lu clan. Their target was Duan Lingtian. However, due to Lu Qiu's interference and the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders' covetous gazes, they had no choice but to leave in a sorry state. 3 months later, they came back with the 2 helpers they found. One of the helpers was the guild master of the weapons craftsmen's main guild in the southern outer land, Mo Jia. Mo Jia was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. He had immersed himself in the weapons crafting Dao, but his achievements in the martial Dao were limited. He was on par with Cheng He, an ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. However, Cheng He did not look for him because of his strength. Instead, he looked for the person who was always by his side to protect him. That person was the blue-clad old man who always followed behind Mo Jia. The blue-clad old man's strength was in no way inferior to Lung Qi and Lu Qiu. He was a powerhouse with shocking strength. The other helper was the current clan leader of the O clan in the northern mountainland, Olai. Olai was a rare martial Dao prodigy in the O clan for thousands of years. When he was in his 40s, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse. Currently, his strength was in no way inferior to Lung Qi and Lu Qiu. The 3 powerhouses whose strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu were Cheng He's biggest reliance on this trip. He believed that as long as the Lu clan was not stupid, they would not dare to go head-to-head with them. It would be a piece of cake for him to take Duan Lingtian away by force. Clan leader Lu, you must choose wisely. Don't let the Lu clan suffer unnecessary losses just because of a moment of bravery. Cheng, he looked deeply at Lu Ruwei with a victorious smile on his face. Humph. Lu Ruwei snorted and said mockingly, Why? Does, guild leader, Cheng want to annihilate the Lu clan? I don't think I have the ability to annihilate the Lu clan. However, if the Lu clan loses a few martial emperors, I don't think the other forces in the inner land would stand up for the Lu clan. Cheng, he said indifferently. As he spoke, a devilish smile appeared on his face. You. Lu Ruwei's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his blood and qi surged. However, he also knew that Cheng He was telling the truth. Whether it was Cheng He, Mo Jia, or Olai, none of them had the courage to exterminate the Lu family. This was because the Lu clan was under the protection of several first-rate forces in the inner land. Naturally, those first-rate forces would only make a move after the Lu clan was destroyed. As long as the Lu clan was not destroyed, they would not make a move even if all the martial monarchs in the Lu clan were killed. Lu Ruwei took a deep breath and looked at Lung Qi with fear. He then looked at Olai and the old man in blue behind Mo Jia. The strength of these 3 martial monarchs was on par with the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If the Lu family really wanted to fight with them, they would definitely suffer great losses. The 3 guardian elders might not be able to survive. For a moment, Lu Ruwei was in a dilemma. On one side were the pillars of the Lu clan. They were at risk of falling at any time. On the other side was the future pillar of the Lu clan. He was also the person Chung he wanted to bring away. If he wanted to protect the pillars, he would have to give up the future pillar of the Lu clan. The Lu clan would lose a rare opportunity in the future. That opportunity was enough for the Lu clan to rise to the top and stand at the peak of the Cloud Continent. After all, the details of that heaven-supporting pillar were simply too frightening. In his previous life, he was a person who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now that he was going through his last reincarnation, he would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life. Naturally, that was on the premise that he did not die prematurely. If he died prematurely, he would have no future to speak of. If we hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan won't lose anything. However, Elder Duan will be taken away by them. If we don't hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan will suffer a great blow. In the end, Elder Duan will still be taken away by them. Both of the outcomes are the same. However, the nature of the outcomes are completely different. The former is us giving up on Elder Duan. If Elder Duan is taken away, even if he doesn't hate us, our relationship with him will be destroyed. The latter is us not being able to protect Elder Duan even though we tried our best. Even if Elder Duan is taken away, he'll still be grateful to us. At this moment, Lu Rue thought of many things. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could not help but turn around to look at Lu Qiu to ask for his opinion. Clan leader, from today onward, the Lu clan's matters will be decided by you. No matter what your decision is, I'll support you. Before Lu Rue could speak, Lu Qiu had already made his stance clear. Clan leader will support you. Lu Yuan, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji nodded as well. Their attitudes were the same as Lu Qiu's. At this moment, Lu Rue felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not breathe. If I choose the former and give up on Elder Duan, once Elder Duan escapes this calamity and returns to his peak, even if he doesn't seek revenge from the Lu clan, he won't care about the Lu clan anymore. The first choice was enough to sever the friendship between the Lu clan and Elder Duan. If I choose the latter, the 3 guardian elders and even the former clan leader will be in danger. Elder Duan will be taken away as well. However, if Elder Duan survives, the Lu clan's future will be bright. The other choice was that the Lu clan would suffer a great loss, and Elder Duan's fate would be uncertain. However, if Elder Duan survived, the Lu clan would definitely rise to the top. Lu Rue was in a dilemma. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Clan leader Lu, I hope you'll give us an answer within the span of 10 breaths. If you still haven't given us an answer after 10 breaths, we'll have no choice but to take him away ourselves. Chung, he glanced at Lu Rue and sneered. At that time, don't blame us for forsaking our friendship. There's no need to wait for 10 breaths. At this moment, Lu Rue made up his mind. It's impossible for the Lu clan to hand Elder Duan over. When Elder Duan became the first interim advisor of the Lu clan, he was already a member of the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has a long history of 10,000 years. It's impossible for us to do something like betraying our friends for glory. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, our Lu clan will do our best to protect Elder Duan. Lu Rue's words were loud and clear as they spread out. The moment the 3 Lu clan guardian elders heard this, their eyes lit up as they faced Cheng He and the other 4. Even though they knew the 3 of them were stronger than them and could kill them in one hit, they were not afraid at all. Everything was for the Lu clan. For the Lu clan, they would have no regrets even if they were to die in battle. They had used their own actions to explain the meaning of the word guardian in the guardian elders. They did not tarnish the name. Fight! Lu Rue's words entered Lu Qiu's ears as well. It made Lu Qiu, who had a hint of anxiety in the depth of his eyes, smile. The anxiety in the depth of his eyes disappeared. Whoosh! At the same time, Lu Qiu appeared in front of the 3 Lu clan guardian elders and stared at Cheng He and the other 4 with a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many figures approached from all directions. They were the Lu clan's elders who were watching from afar. Their hearing was far better than the ordinary Lu clan's disciples. Due to this reason, they had heard the conversation between Lu Rue and Changhe. Their blood boiled when they heard Lu Rue's words. Fight to the death! Protect Elder Duan with our lives. If you want to kill Elder Duan, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Soon after, the group of Lu clan's elders surrounded Chang He and the other four. They kept shouting at the top of their lungs in an imposing manner. What? Those 5 fellows want to kill Elder Duan? Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples who were watching from afar began to make a ruckus. There's some things that my second uncle didn't want me to say. However, I think I still have to say it. One of the Lu clan's disciples gritted his teeth and said, "Earlier, my second uncle told me that they wanted to bring Elder Duan away, but the clan leader rejected them. Now, the clan leader has declared war on them. However, they're very strong. The clan leader, the former clan leader, and the 3 guardian elders have no chance of winning." The Lu clan's disciple finished his sentence in one breath. "Why didn't you say so earlier? They want to bring Elder Duan away? Damn it. It's not easy for our Lu clan to have a grade 1 alchemist now. Nobody can bring Elder Duan away. It seems like Chang He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, is the one who started this. I think he thinks Elder Duan, the 2nd grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land, is stealing his job. That's why he wants to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Come with me if you're a man with balls. Let's kill that son of a B** Tch Chang He. Let's go." Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples flew out in a mighty manner. They surrounded Chang He and the other 4 in 3 layers. It was like a dark cloud looming over a city. Good, good. Seeing this scene, Lu Rue was excited. This was the first time he had seen the Lu family show such strong unity. Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders laughed as well. Even if they died today, they would not have lived in vain. This was the Lu clan that they had protected for their entire lives. They would have no regrets, even if they died for the Lu clan. As expected of an ancient clan with tens of thousands of years of history, this unity is not something an ordinary force can compare to. The disciples of an ordinary force would have fled on their own in the face of disaster. How could they be like this? The scene before him left Xiong Quan in a daze. When Feng Tianwu saw the scene before her, the frost on her beautiful face dissipated a little. She was influenced by the group of Lu clan's disciples. At the same time, Cheng He and the other 4 had a grave expression on their faces when they saw the Lu clan's elders and disciples surrounding them. It was only a small matter for them to kill a few Lu clan's people. It would not attract the attention of the first-rate forces in the inner land that were protecting the Lu clan. Chapter 1108. In their eyes, the people of the Lu family who surrounded them were like ants. It would be easy for them to kill these Lu clan members. However, these people represented the entire Lu clan. Once they were killed, it would mean the end of the Lu clan. At that time, those first-rate forces in the mainland who had once promised to protect the Lu clan from destruction would retaliate at lightning speed. Even if they could not destroy the forces they were in, the few of them would not be able to escape death. After all, they were the instigators. Don't touch the rest of the Lu clan. Don't touch Lu Rue as well. Once we kill those 4 old men, no one in the Lu clan will be able to stop us. At that time, it'll be easy for us to take Duan Lingtian away. Cheng, he said to the other 4 people. In the beginning, his expression was extremely solemn. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Upon hearing Cheng He's words, the 4 people, including O Lai and Mo Jia, nodded in agreement. The cost of annihilating the Lu clan was too great. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, It did not matter if they killed a few martial monarchs from the Lu clan, as long as the Lu clan's foundation was not shaken. Lung Chi, I'll leave Lu Qiu to you. Chung, he ordered Lung Chi, all right. Lung Chi nodded indifferently. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu. It was as though he had taken root in Lu Qiu. Oh, Lai, I'll leave the other 3 Lu clan elders to you. Is that all right? Cheng, he looked at Olai. He wanted Olai to deal with the 3 Lu clan elders. They'll die within the span of 3 breaths. Olai did not speak much, but he exuded a strong sense of confidence that made others believe in him. As for Mo Jia and I, will be in charge of stopping Lu Rui and the other Lu clan members. Old Qin, Duan Lingtian's woman, is quite strong. You'll be in charge of restraining her. Don't kill her. She's still useful to us. When Cheng, he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the blue-clad old man who was following Mo Jia like a shadow. The blue-clad old man nodded. Oh, Lai, after you kill the 3 Lu clan elders, join forces with Lung Chi to kill Lu Qiu. After Lu Qiu is dead, the 2 of you will capture Duan Lingtian and bring him away. Cheng, he looked at Olai again. Olai nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as the atmosphere became extremely heavy and Cheng He and the other were about to make a move. Tianwu, are you injured? An anxious voice that was mixed with rage sounded out abruptly, and it broke the short silence at the scene. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by a figure that had appeared in the air. This was a young man dressed in purple. The young man was handsome. His face was chiseled, and his eyebrows were straight. His eyes were cold and murderous. Just as everyone's gazes fell on the purple-clothed young man, he moved. Dragon traversing 9 heavens. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a purple divine dragon. He swept out like a bolt of lightning, as if he was swimming through the 9 heavens. In an instant, he arrived at the side of the woman in red who was standing in the distance with a slightly pale face. Tianwu, take it. The purple-clothed young man walked to the side of the red-clothed woman. He raised his hand and put a pill that was shining with a deep halo into her mouth. The woman in red trusted him unconditionally. Without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. That pill, how is that possible? At this moment, Cheng He, who was standing in the distance, trembled violently. His eyes were originally staring at the pill in the purple-clothed young man's hand. He only regained his senses when the pill entered the red-clothed woman's mouth. However, his face was filled with sincere shock. Cheng He's astonishment caused the 4 people beside him to be stunned. Then, they looked at Cheng He with a puzzled expression. The grade 1 life recovery pill he took out earlier has a purity of more than 95%. Cheng He enunciated each and every word clearly in the face of the 4 people's confusion. It was as though he was supporting Cheng He's words. In the distance, the red-clothed woman who had consumed the pill had a rosy complexion. She was full of vitality and had completely recovered. She did not look like she was injured at all. Upon seeing this, many people who heard Cheng He's words were stunned. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%. After a long while, Lu Rui was the first to react. He gulped hard. Miss Tianwu has consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% earlier. Although her injuries have recovered a little, she hasn't fully recovered yet. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95% has such a powerful medicinal effect. The closer a pill's purity is to 100% perfection, the more terrifying the medicinal effect is. Lu Ji said solemnly. However, it never crossed my mind that Elder Duan would be able to take out a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%. Such a pill is already close to a perfect 100%. The strength of the medicinal effect is at least twice as strong as a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. The group of Lu clan's elders who heard Cheng He's words were still in shock. Duan Lingtian, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe you're able to refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 95%. I think the grade 1 life recovery pill you fed her earlier has a purity of 97%, right? Cheng, he asked loudly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance with a burning gaze. This time his voice was even louder and entered the ears of every Lu clan's member present on the scene. What? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%? Is there a pill with such a high purity on Cloud Continent? That's impossible, right? The Lu clan's disciples discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they quickly shifted to the purple-clad young man in the distance. He's Elder Duan. Suddenly, one of the Lu clan's disciples who was staring at the purple-clad young man exclaimed, "What? He's Elder Duan." All of the Lu clan's disciples were in an uproar. He's our Lu clan's first interim elder? The grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%? He's really as young as the rumors say. It seems like what the old man said might be true. Elder Duan can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%. I think so too. After all, Elder Duan can't be judged with common sense. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Among the younger generation in Lu clan, Duan Lingtian was definitely an idol. He was worshipped by the younger generation in Lu clan. Second brother, he was wondering why he looked familiar with the red-clad sister earlier. So it's them. Among the group of Lu clan's disciples, a young girl with a childish face muttered to herself as realization dawned on her. A young man stood next to her. "I didn't expect you to recognize them." The young man smiled faintly. This young man was none other than the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. As for the young girl next to him, her identity was obvious. She was Lu Ping, the younger sister of the siblings who was saved by Feng Wu Dao previously. The elder brother was Lu Bai. "Duan Lingtian, you've really given me a big gift." Lu Bai looked at the purple-clad young man in the distance, with gratitude in his eyes. Some time ago, Lu Bai had learned about Lu Song's death. He knew that, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be the next clan leader of Lu clan. All of this was because of this purple-clad young man in front of him. If it was not for the purple-clad young man, he might not have been able to sit on that seat in the future. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Cheng, he could identify the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill with just a glance. "You have a good eye. Unfortunately, you're not ambitious and only focused on unorthodox methods. You're destined to never improve in this lifetime." At the same time he glanced at Cheng, he coldly and spoke in a calm tone. It was as though he was a senior lecturing a junior. "You're just a lucky brat who obtained some sort of secret method from God knows where. How dare you comment in front of me? When I became an alchemist, let alone you, your mother, might not even have left her womb. You think you're worthy of lecturing me?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cheng He's eyes that were filled with rage looked as though they were about to spit fire. "That's right. When you became an alchemist, my mother might not even have left her womb," Duan Lingtian sneered. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "If I were you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. You've lived for so long, and yet you've lived like a dog. You can't even compare to a brat like me." Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with sarcasm. He was mocking Cheng He for being inferior to a brat like him. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Lu clan's disciples laughed. They looked at Cheng He with disdain on their faces. The guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land is just SOSO. That's right. Our Lu clan's elder Duan is less than one-third of his age, but his achievement in the medicine refinement, Dao, has completely surpassed him. He's just a piece of trash in front of elder Duan. Piece of trash? That's an apt description. One by one, the Lu clan's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were blunt as they mocked Cheng He. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Cheng He's ears in full detail, causing Cheng He's face to alternately turn green and white. The fury in his eyes grew increasingly stronger, as if it was about to erupt. Duan Lingtian, don't be so smug. You're just lucky to have obtained a secret method. Otherwise, how could you refine pills with a purity of more than 90%? Cheng, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking with a disdainful expression. Until now, he was still certain Duan Lingtian was lucky to have obtained a secret method that allowed him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. As long as he obtained the secret method, he would also be able to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Secret method. Chapter 1109. Don't tell me Elder Duan really knows some kind of secret technique? Many people from the Lu clan were puzzled. After all, the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age was enough to shock everyone. However, he was still able to refine pills with 97% purity. Such a purity pill was heaven-defying. Tian Wu, who hurt you just now. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian ignored Cheng He. His gaze landed on the red-clad lady next to him as he asked in a gentle voice. There was a hint of anger in her gentle voice. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she heard the anger in Duan Lingtian's voice. The frost on her face melted a little. Her gaze immediately landed on the green-clad, middle-aged man in the distance. The green-clad, middle-aged man stood behind Cheng He like a shadow. It's you again! Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu's gaze and looked at the green-clad, middle-aged man. His eyes gleamed coldly. Lung Qi. It was also Lung Qi who hurt him and Tianwu last time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian shout, Lung Qi lifted his head lazily and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was saying, "So what if it was me? You're still incapable of avenging your woman." Boom! At that moment, a milky white flame rose from Duan Lingtian's body and emitted a terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. His origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of a first-level martial monarch stage. Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse. For a moment, most of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Lu Bai was shocked as well. In the past, although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing an 8th-level void transformation stage Lu clan's elder, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. He thought that Duan Lingtian was at most at the peak of the void realm. At this moment, the scene before his eyes made him realize Duan Lingtian was either a martial monarch at that time or had only recently broken through to the martial monarch stage. Compared to the astonishment of the Lu clan's elders and disciples, the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rue, was not surprised at all. Previously, he had witnessed how powerful Elder Duan was. He had almost killed Cheng, he who was at the first-level martial monarch stage. At that time, he had guessed that Elder Duan was a martial emperor expert. As for the old clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu, and the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan, although they had heard from Lu Rue that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch expert, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Of course, it would be fine if he was just young. The problem was that young was not the main point. In fact, Elder Duan of the Lu clan was already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with 97% purity. With his current age, his achievement in the medicine refinement Tao was enough to embarrass 90% of the alchemists on the Cloud Continent. Yet, this young man who could be considered a monster in the medicine refinement Tao was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Monster. Is Elder Duan even human? After a moment of silence, the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples burst into an uproar. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance in shock. I can't believe that I, Jia, would be able to see the legendary variant in my lifetime. At this moment, Jia, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, took a step forward and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It said that variants have their own innate ability. I wonder what your innate ability is. Variant. Innate ability. Jia spoke. His voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Variant. Innate ability. Many of the Lu clan's disciples were confused. Does he mean that Elder Duan is a variant? Some of the Lu clan's elders could not help but narrow their eyes. They had a certain understanding of variants. What's a variant? Most of the Lu clan's disciples asked this question. A variant is an existence born from the union of a human and a demon. A variant is either mediocre or a monster. There are many of the former on the Cloud Continent, but the latter is extremely rare. A Lu clan's elder said solemnly. That's right, another Lu clan's elder added. It said that the latter's innate ability and comprehension far surpass humans in all aspects. Even the human with the best innate ability and comprehension on the Cloud Continent can't compare to them. On top of that, a monstrous variant also has an innate ability. Any variant's innate ability is one of a kind. Someone added, Fwa. Some of the Lu clan's elders and most of the Lu clan's disciples who had just heard about the variant were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. Does this mean that Elder Duan is a variant? That's the only explanation. Since Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. It's practically impossible for a human to obtain such achievements in both the martial Tao and the medicine refinement Tao at his age. That's true. As the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed, they soon confirmed one thing. Their Lu clan's first interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, was a variant. Moreover, he was an extremely monstrous variant. Now, they finally understood why Elder Duan was able to achieve so much at such a young age. If there was anyone present who did not think Duan Lingtian was a variant, it would be the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, and the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was a person who had achieved heaven-defying achievements in the medicine refinement Tao, the weapons refinement Tao, and the inscription Tao in his past life. Now that he had reincarnated, as long as his cultivation base and spiritual energy were raised to a certain level, he would be the most outstanding alchemist, weapons refinement master, inscription master. In their opinion, the idea of foreign species was pure nonsense. I've said before that both of you are playing with fire. Since you're here today, both of you shall stay. Duan Lingtian said word by word as a milky white flame rose from his body. His cold gaze landed on Cheng. He and Lung Qi, his voice, sounded like it came from an ice cave. It was extremely cold. Ha 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 ha. Cheng, he could not help but laugh maniacally when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said disdainfully, You want to stay? Based on your cultivation base of the first level martial monarch stage? Last time, you were severely injured by Lung Qi in just one blow. Looks like you're going to repeat the same mistake today. I really don't know where you get the courage to say that you want to stay. Chang He's face was filled with disdain when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, Mo Jia also smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but it's not good if it turns into arrogance." Mo Jia's tone was as though he was lecturing Chang He. Although Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse, he's only at the first-level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with these people. It's shocking that Elder Duan possesses such strength at such a young age. However, I'm afraid that his strength is not even comparable to our Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, let alone dealing with these people. If Elder Duan is given another 10 years, these people won't be a match for him at all. Of course, Elder Duan is the rumored variant. He's a heaven-defying existence on Cloud Continent. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They also did not think Duan Lingtian could deal with Cheng He and the others. Elder Duan, just as the milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body rose higher, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Take Miss Tianwu and leave now. As for them, our Lu clan will help you stop them." Lu Rui's words were filled with determination. It was as though he was a warrior who would never return. As soon as his words left his mouth, he had already flown out and headed straight for Cheng He and the others. "I, Lu Qiu, have no regrets, even if I die for Duan Lingtian in my old age. Elder Duan, live on." The Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, laughed heartily as his voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, he was already standing next to Lu Rui, glaring at Cheng He and the others. If Cheng He and the others dared to make a move, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack. "Elder Duan, live on. If we die, avenge us." The 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan shouted in unison. Then they flew out and surrounded Cheng, his group of 5 with Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. "Elder Duan, live on." At this moment, a group of Lu clan's elders and disciples also flew out and surrounded Cheng He and the others in 3 layers. Each of them had a determined expression on their faces. At this moment, the Lu clan's unity and the Lu clan's strength of character were fully displayed. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials, led by Lu Rui, had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows. Soon after, all of the Lu clan's people had their origin energy and concepts skyrocketing. Each of them was glaring at Cheng He and the others, ready to attack at any time. Lu clan, Duan Lingtian could not see Cheng He and the others' silhouettes at all. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was also affected by the tragic atmosphere created by the Lu clan's people. "Lu clan, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. However, I, Duan Lingtian, will settle this matter myself today. Proceed according to the original plan." Chapter 11:10. Boom, boom, boom. As Cheng He shouted, the 5 of them, including him, had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows as they prepared to disperse. Lung Chi's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Qiu. Lai's eyes were locked onto the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Cheng He and the other 2 also locked onto their respective targets. Whoosh! Smack! Just as Cheng He and the other 4 were about to make their moves, a sword cry that seemed to make their souls tremble resonated in the air. Along with the whistling of the sword, there was a loud sound, as if something was being torn apart. When the other 4 regained their senses, horror dawned on them. Heavens! What did they just see? Lung Chi, who was originally hovering in the air with them, had his body forcefully pierced through and split into 2. His aura was gone in an instant. One could tell from the cold expression on Lung Chi's face and the way he looked at Lu Qiu. From the beginning until the end, Lung Chi did not even have time to react until his body was split into 2. Lung Chi was a fourth-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Such a person had died just like that. His death was swift and clean. He's dead. I didn't even have time to blink, and he died? Many of the Liu clan's disciples were shocked. Who is it? He's so powerful. Many of them were puzzled. Soon after, the Liu clan's people, including Cheng He and the 3 people next to him and the clan leader of Liu clan, Liu Rui, shifted their attention to the area surrounded by the Liu clan's people. There was a lone figure there. It was a purple figure. Impossible. When Cheng He saw the purple figure, his eyes widened in shock. He kept shaking his head as though he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The 3 people standing next to Cheng He had a grave expression on their faces as well. Damn it! Why didn't Cheng He say this young man has such terrifying strength? That was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. They felt like they had been tricked by Cheng He. The Elder Duan? Everyone from the Liu family looked at the purple figure in front of them in horror. They did not expect Elder Duan, who had only displayed the first-level martial monarch stage origin energy earlier, to be so powerful. This was especially true for Liu Qiu, the former clan leader of Liu clan. Not only was he shocked, but a hint of dread and disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the purple figure. Old family head, did you see Elder Duan's movements clearly? At this moment, 4 voice transmissions entered Liu Qiu's ears one after another. It was precisely Liu Rui and the 3 Liu clan guardian elders asking him questions. Liu Qiu shook his head. Just now, when Leng Qi had stared at him, his gaze had also locked onto Leng Qi until Leng Qi was killed. He did not move his eyes away. However, even though he had witnessed the scene of Leng Qi's body being separated, he could not see clearly who had done it. He could not even see a figure. All he heard was the sound of a sword whistling and the sound of Leng Qi's body being torn apart. This, Liu Rui and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Liu Qiu shaking his head in denial. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at the purple figure again, especially Liu Rui. He still remembered that 3 months ago he had also faced Leng Qi. The purple-clad young man in front of him was severely injured by Leng Qi in just 1 blow. However, today he had easily killed Leng Qi, a martial monarch powerhouse, without him being able to react at all. The speed at which he killed Leng Qi was so fast that even Liu Qiu, one of the strongest people present, could not see it clearly. Why, young master? In the distance, Xiong Quan looked at the purple figure hovering proudly in the air. His face was slightly stunned. Since when did young master become so powerful? His strength has improved tremendously. Feng Tianwu, who had recovered from her injuries, also had her eyes fixed on the purple figure. As she muttered to herself, there was a hint of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well what he was doing now was to stand up for her. The dead man had injured her earlier. Isn't Elder Duan too powerful? Isn't he just a first-level martial monarch martial artist? At this moment, many of the Liu clan's elders who had regained their senses were shocked. Their eyes were also fixed on the purple figure. Elder Duan is so powerful. That guy was killed by Elder Duan before he could even blink his eyes. Each of the Liu clan's disciples looked at the purple-clad young man with fanaticism in their eyes. Without exception, their faces were filled with worship that originated from their souls. In everyone's heart, they dreamed of becoming a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the world. However, not many people could do it. However, today they saw the shadow of their dreams in the purple-clad young man before them. It resonated strongly with them. The purple figure, the purple-clad young man, was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there empty-handed. The milky white flame, transformed from the origin energy on his body, had been extinguished without anyone noticing. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had also disappeared. leaving behind layers of mystery to the crowd. Why you killed Lung Chi? When Cheng he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was no longer disdain in his eyes. There was only fear left. What's wrong? Guild leader Cheng is so old that your eyesight has deteriorated? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned around and glanced at Cheng, he indifferently. Why you? When Cheng he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze that was as sharp as a sword, his face flushed red and his body trembled. The trembling of his body also affected his voice, causing it to tremble violently as well. However, even after his voice trembled for a long time, he still could not form a complete sentence. Until now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Cheng he was afraid. His fear did not only come from the bottom of his heart, it came from the depths of his soul. What about me? Duan Lingtian asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes. However, how could the current Cheng he possibly answer that question? His forehead and face were covered in sweat. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. 3 months ago, the purple-clad young man who was like an ant to Ling Chi had become so terrifying in just 3 months. He had killed Lung Chi before Lung Chi even had a chance to react. Now that he was targeted, his heart was filled with despair. If there's a next life, remember this. You can't afford to play with my fire. Even if you're a grade 1 alchemist, you can't. When Duan Lingtian saw that Cheng he had no reaction, his eyes gleamed fiercely as he spoke slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. No. When Cheng he sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent, horror dawned on him as he cried out in shock. However, as soon as his voice left his mouth, it came to an abrupt halt. This was because a fine sword mark had appeared on his throat without him noticing. As the sword mark split open, fresh blood gushed out as though it was worthless. As for Cheng He, when the sword mark appeared on his throat, his eyes had already dimmed completely. He no longer made a sound. Then, under the accompaniment of dazzling red roses, Cheng He's body fell to the ground. He was as dead as a doornail. From then on, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land was dead. The moment Cheng he died, the scene fell into a dead silence again. It was only when Duan Lingtian lifted his head and shifted his gaze that the Lu clan's people present on the scene finally shifted their attention to Cheng, his 3 helpers. O Lai, the clan leader of the northern mountains, O clan. Mo Jia, the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Other than him, the last person was the old man with the surname Chin. He was the powerhouse who always followed and protected him. His strength was not inferior to Olai, Lung Chi, and Lucio. However, faced with Duan Lingtian, who could kill Lung Chi with just a blow, he did not feel safe at all even if he was protected by the old man with the surname Chin. Duan. Elder Duan, I was also instigated by Cheng He this time. I have no intention of being invincible with you and becoming enemies with the Lu clan. Mo Jia took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously as he explained. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was as docile as a little lamb in front of Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian was not used to it. Humph. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. His eyes turned cold all of a sudden. In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same spot. He did not seem to have made any movements. But Mo Jia, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, was dead. Mo Jia's head was severed from his body and fell from the sky. Die. The moment Mo Jia died, the expression of the blue-clad old man with the surname Chin changed drastically. His eyes turned cold. A saber appeared in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above his head. In the end, the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared. Whoosh! The spirit saber in the old man's hand slashed toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. If it hit, Duan Lingtian would definitely be split into two. However, the saber in the old man's hand that contained the strength of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 ancient horned dragons that was faster than lightning missed its target in the end. This was because the moment the saber in his hand slashed down, his target had vanished into thin air. Even in the eyes of Olai and Lu Qiu, who were the strongest among the spectators, the purple figure had completely disappeared. Even they could not capture the slightest trace of the purple figure. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the purple figure reappeared behind the old man with the surname Qin. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly when he appeared behind the old man with the surname Qin. His tone was filled with disdain. It was useless to look down on the old man with the surname Qin. **T. When the old man with the surname Chen heard the voice behind him, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to quickly get away from the owner of the voice. Chapter 11:11. As the old man with the surname Chen's body was sliced into two, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind him. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were filled with shock and excitement. They did not expect this at all. Not only did their Lu clan's first interim elder have shocking attainments in medicine refinement Dao, but his achievements in martial Dao were terrifying as well. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 out of the 5 formidable opponents that the Lu clan faced. One must know that the 4 opponents were existences that even the strongest people in the Lu clan were wary of. Elder Duan, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was completely stunned. Others might not know who Duan Lingtian had killed, but he knew very well. Cheng He and Emojia sighed, whether it was Lung Chi or the old man with the surname Qin. Their strength was in no way inferior to the Lu clan's former clan leader. They were both 4th-level martial monarchs. However, 2 4th-level martial monarchs were killed by Elder Duan in just a blink of an eye. Young Master. Xiong Quan's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air in the distance. This was his young master. How powerful! Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. It was obvious that she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Gasp! At this moment, even the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, could not help but gasp. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. With Elder Duan's strength, killing 2 people whose strength is in no way inferior to mine is as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass. I'm afraid it would be as easy as blowing off dust for him to kill me. Lu Qiu's emotions surged, and his gaze was complicated. At the same time, everyone's eyes were on Duan Lingtian's hand. This time, although they did not see any signs of Duan Lingtian attacking, they were fortunate enough to see the weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian stood there proudly with his purple robe fluttering, even though there was no wind. He was holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand that was formed by an unknown energy. What power is that? When everyone's gaze shifted to Duan Lingtian's hand, the 3-foot-long sword gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the rolling heaven and earth energy dissipated, just as it was about to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Therefore, until now, no one knew how strong Duan Lingtian was. However, since Duan Lingtian was able to kill Lung Qi and the old man with the surname Qin, who was not inferior to Lung Qi, his current strength could be considered as one of the best in the entire southern outer land. However, most people's attention was not on this. What they cared about was the 3-foot-long blade that appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. The energy swords around the 3-foot-long blade with a sword profundity. However, they had never seen such a power condensed into a 3-foot-long blade. Did you see that? I saw it. Earlier, the sword in Elder Duan's hand was actually formed by a 5-colored energy. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I can't believe it's real. What kind of energy is that? It must be the profundity. But does such a profundity really exist? I've never heard of such a profundity before. Whether it was the group of Lu Clan's disciples or the group of Lu Clan's elders, all of them were confused. They could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was formed from. In fact, they were not the only ones who were confused. What kind of energy was that? Lu Rui's pupils constricted and he was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a power that was filled with 5 different colors. The 5 colors were red, blue, green, purple, and khaki. It was not only Lu Rui, but even the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders were shocked as well. Earlier, Elder Duan had killed 4 formidable opponents in just a blink of an eye. They were already shocked. However, they could not tell what kind of energy the sword in Elder Duan's hand was formed from. Those 5 energies seemed to be a mixture of 5 nature profundities. The red one is the fire profundity, the blue one is the water profundity, the green one is the wind profundity, the purple one is the thunder profundity, and the khaki one is the earth profundity. Compared to the others, Lu Qiu could see through it more clearly. However, although he could see through it, he still found it hard to believe. He could not believe that Duan Lingtian had mastered 5 nature profundities at the same time. The sword in Elder Duan's hand that was formed from the 5-colored energy seems to contain the sword profundity. If the 5-colored energy is really 5 nature profundities, doesn't that mean he has comprehended 6 profundities? The moment Lu Qiu thought of this, he found it hard to believe. Even though he knew Elder Duan was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago, he still did not believe Elder Duan could comprehend 6 different profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. Profundities were different from medicine, refining techniques, and experience. The latter could be inherited through the memories of one's past life, but the former could not. One had to rely on one's own comprehension to comprehend and communicate with profundities. In other words, the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation emperor would have to comprehend all kinds of profundities again. Due to this reason, he did not think Elder Duan could comprehend so many profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. It was not that he looked down on the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but it did not make sense at all. Since Elder Duan is the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he must be comprehending profundities while raising his cultivation base. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to comprehend so many profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage. If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would not find it strange that he had comprehended 6 profundities. However, the problem was that Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. The 1st level martial monarch stage meant that he had just broken through to the martial monarch stage. He had just broken through to the martial monarch stage, and he had already comprehended 6 profundities? Was it possible? At the very least, he thought it was impossible. Moreover, even if the energy that was mixed with 5 colors was really 5 nature profundities, how did they merge so perfectly? This was the most difficult thing for Lu Qiu to understand. 5 nature profundities. Putting everything else aside, water and fire were definitely incompatible. Wanting to fuse the water profundity and the fire profundity together was no different from a fool's dream. Perhaps I've seen wrongly. In the end, Lu Qiu could only think this way. If I've seen wrongly, I wonder what kind of energy it is. It's actually able to allow Elder Duan to kill 2 4th level martial monarch stage powerhouses consecutively with his 1st level martial monarch stage cultivation base. Until now, he could still feel chills running down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. 2 4th level martial monarch stage powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his died, just like that. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have time to react. Because of this, he could deeply feel Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. If there was anyone else who had the same thought as Lu Qiu, it was undoubtedly the only person left in Cheng He's group of 5. It was the clan leader of O Clan Olai. Olai was the strongest person in the northern mountains, O Clan. He was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was on par with Lung Qi and the old man with the surname Qin, who were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. His strength was on par with Lu Qiu as well. Unlike Lu Qiu, as soon as he thought Duan Lingtian used 5 types of nature profundities to form the sword, he immediately dismissed the thought. Compared to Lu Qiu, he knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's background. However, he was certain it was impossible for someone to comprehend so many profundities when they were only at the 1st level martial monarch stage, even if the other party was a variant. Perhaps that's his innate ability. In the end, this was the only thing Olai could think of. He did not know when, but his hand that was holding the sheathed spirit saber broke out in cold sweat when he saw the purple-clad young man staring at him. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. If the other party attacked him, he did not think he would be able to survive. After all, whether it was Lung Qi or the old man with the surname Qin, their strength was not inferior to him. I, Olai, have been unhindered all my life. I can't believe I'll die here today. However, I have no more regrets now that I'm able to die in your hands. Olai took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a clear voice. His words showed he was unafraid of death. His back was straight like a saber that stood upright. He was resolute and unyielding. Duan Lingtian was already prepared to make his move and kill the remaining person in Cheng He's group. However, he did not expect the other party to be so unyielding. He could still maintain his composure even in the face of death. One had to admit, at this moment, admiration rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He admired the person's unyielding character. However, this did not mean he would show mercy today. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand, and an energy sword flashed. Shortly after, 5-colored energy rose from the energy sword and formed the embryonic form of a sword. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to take shape. Swoosh! 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 For a time, everyone, including Olai, looked at the space above Duan Lingtian's head. Clearly, they were curious about the heaven and earth phenomenon that would appear there. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was enough to make any of them tremble in fear. For this reason, they were curious about Duan Lingtian's strength from the bottom of their hearts. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that Duan Lingtian had formed when he drew upon the heaven and earth energy. Everyone held their breaths as the heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was about to take shape dissipated, and the heaven and earth energy disappeared from the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. Why did Elder Duan withdraw his energy? Everyone, including Olai, had a curious look on their faces. Where did the thumb ring in your hand come from? Chapter 11:12. This is a thumb ring that has been passed down in the northern mountains, O clan, for generations. It's only passed down to the clan leaders. It said that this thumb ring was passed down by the first clan leader of the O clan 10,000 years ago. Although Olai did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask this, he still answered truthfully, I hope you can return this thumb ring to the O clan after you kill me. If you think it's too troublesome, you can ask the Lu clan to pass it on your behalf. Olai looked at Lu Rue when he reached the end of his sentence. Lu Rue glanced at Olai coldly before he looked at Duan Lingtian. Elder Duan, I've heard of the O clan's thumb ring as well. However, it's an item that has been passed down in the O clan for generations. It's only a commemorative item and has no value. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Lu Rue looked at Olai again and said nonchalantly, "Initially, I can't help you with what you've done today. However, since the O clan and our Lu clan used to be friends, I can ask someone to send this thumb ring to the O clan after you die if Elder Duan is willing." "Thank you." Olai bowed to Lu Rue with a sincere expression and thanked him. Today he knew that he deserved to die, and that his death was not worth regretting. However, if he lost the thumb ring that had been passed down in the O clan for 10,000 years, he would be a sinner in the O clan. This was not an outcome he was willing to see. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Olai when he reappeared. Before Olai could react, Duan Lingtian vanished before his eyes again and returned to his original spot. Olai immediately looked at his right hand and noticed the ring on his thumb was nowhere to be seen. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian in a panic. "Sir, you—" Just when he was about to beg the purple-clad young man to return the thumb ring to him, he realized the purple-clad young man was looking at the thumb ring in his hand with a gentle gaze. Moreover, there was a hint of nostalgia in the purple-clad young man's eyes as well. Just when everyone present, including Olai, had no idea what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian finally retracted his gaze from the thumb ring in his hand. His gaze immediately shifted to Olai as he asked in a deep voice, "What's the relationship between Oyezi and your northern mountains, O clan?" "Oyezi." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone in the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Rue, was confused. Olai, on the other hand, was horrified. His body trembled as he stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He asked in a trembling voice, "How did you know about our O clan's old ancestor?" "The O clan's ancestor?" Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, "You mean your Biling O family was single-handedly established by Oyezi?" "Elder Duan, don't be fooled by him." Before Olai could reply to Duan Lingtian, Lu Rue had already spoken first. "As far as I know, the Biling O clan was established by a grade 1 alchemist named O Jia 10,000 years ago. It's not Oyezi. Moreover, the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders are recorded in the handwritten notes passed down by our Lu clan's ancestors. There's no such person named Oyezi." Lu Rue finished his sentence in one breath. "Lu Rue, don't be so sure." At this moment, Olai looked at Lu Rue calmly and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "O Jia is indeed the old ancestor who established our northern mountains, O clan. This is undeniable. Moreover, it's not just the first 10 generations of O clan's clan leaders. There's no such person named Oyezi even among the O clan's clan leaders." Olai continued, "You've already admitted it, and you're still asking me not to be so sure?" Lu Rue sneered. "Don't forget that our northern mountains Lu clan is similar to your northern mountains O clan. We're both clans that have been passed down for 10,000 years in the northern mountain land. If you want to deceive Elder Duan, you'll have to get past US first. It's one thing for me to admit it, but it's another thing for Oyezi to be the old ancestor of our northern mountains, O clan." Olai said, "Then I'd like to hear how you're going to cover up your lie." The sneer on Lu Rue's face deepened. After Olai glanced at Lu Rue indifferently, he no longer looked at Lu Rue. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. "Sir, although our northern mountains Lu clan was not established by Oyezi, we're still closely related to him. The first clan leader of our northern mountains Lu clan, O Jia, is Oyezi's grandson. As for the ring in your hand, it's said that Oyezi passed it down to his son, O Jia's father, the first clan leader of our northern mountains Lu clan. After that, the father of the first generation patriarch of the northern mountains Lu clan, O Jia, passed this ring to him. Ever since then, this ring has become the patriarch's token that has been passed down in the Lu clan." Olai finished his sentence in one breath. "You make it sound like it's true." Lu Rue said disdainfully. It was obvious that he did not believe Lu Rue's words. Then, what's the name of the person who passed the ring to the first clan leader of your northern mountains, Lu clan? Unlike Lu Rue's disdain, Duan Lingtian looked calm as he stared at Olai and asked, according to the records in the handbook passed down by our O clan's ancestor, the first clan leader of our northern mountains, Lu clan, O Jia's father is called O Hong. Olai said unhurriedly, O Hong. Upon hearing Olai's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. His emotions could not help but surge. He did not expect there to be such a coincidence in this world. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was established 10,000 years ago by a person who was guided by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never met the person who established the Northern Mountains O clan, he knew the person's grandfather and father, the Emperor Wu. 10,000 years ago was when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had reincarnated. During the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation, apart from cultivating his cultivation base to the Emperor Wu stage, he had also achieved a great achievement in the medicine refinement Tao. In the end, he became a royal-grade alchemist. Later on, due to the 3 lives rebirth technique that he cultivated, he underwent reincarnation. After his soul had been dormant for 10,000 years, he was reborn. This was his second reincarnation. In the era 10,000 years ago, he reincarnated. During that era, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on his past life's memories, medicine refinement techniques, and experience to quickly skyrocket. Due to the fact that he had reincarnated, his cultivation was twice as fast with half the effort. He also had a lot of extra time, so he began to study the weapon refinement Tao and the inscription Tao. When he was studying the weapon refinement Tao, the person who left the deepest impression on the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a grade 1 weapons craftsman named O Yezi. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, O Yezi was someone who had reached the threshold of the quasi-royal grade alchemist earlier than him. Due to the fact that O Yezi could not break through to the martial monarch stage in his entire life, he could not condense the quasi-royal grade pale fire. He was not fated to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist. During that era, there were not as many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent as there are now. Monarch stage profundity fragments were also extremely rare. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this through the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was all thanks to the guidance of O Yezi that he was able to avoid taking many detours in the Tao of weapons refinement all those years ago. O Yezi could be considered to be the only teacher he acknowledged in his second lifetime. After the Reincarnation Emperor Wu broke through to the martial monarch stage and killed his first martial monarch, he wanted to give the monarch stage profundity fragment to O Yezi, who knew that when he saw O Yezi again, O Yezi had already passed away. Because of this, he gave the profundity fragment to O Yezi's only son, O Hong. Previously, Duan Lingtian found the thumb ring in O Lai's hand to be somewhat familiar. After searching the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he found out that he had seen the thumb ring before. At that time, the thumb ring was in O Yezi's hand. Due to this reason, he vaguely felt that the Northern Mountains O clan might be related to O Yezi. However, he did not expect them to really be related. The Northern Mountains O clan was built by O Yezi's grandson. For the sake of O Yezi, I'll spare your life today. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and glanced at Olai indifferently. With a lift of his hand, he tossed the thumb ring back to Olai. Although he was not the third reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had obtained many benefits from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Therefore, he was still willing to spare Olai's life for the sake of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Olai was extremely excited that he had managed to survive. Moreover, the clan leader's thumb ring that had been passed down in the O clan had returned. However, he quickly calmed down. Your ancestor was friends with our O clan's old ancestor? Oh, Lai asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This was the only thing he could think of. You can say that. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, you may leave. Oh, Lai nodded and turned around to leave immediately. He was so fast that it was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. Lu Rui was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian letting Olai go. However, he did not say anything. It seems like that Oyezi or whatever from the O clan was friends with Elder Duan 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, Elder Duan wouldn't have let him go. Lu Rui speculated. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared and reappeared from time to time. Duan Lingtian had taken the spatial rings and profundity fragments from Cheng He and the other three. He was pleasantly surprised when he found out Mo Jie's profundity fragment was a sword profundity fragment. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the sword profundity fragment to Xiong Quan under the envious and jealous gazes of the others. Xiong Quan caught the fragment as though it was a treasure. His face was filled with excitement. Currently, he was no longer the ignorant fool who had not seen the world. Naturally, he knew his young master had given him a precious sword profundity fragment. With this profundity fragment, he would be able to comprehend the sword profundity in a short period of time. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage and use the spirit fruits to boost his cultivation base. He would then be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, I'll be able to help young master. Chapter 11:13. Clan Leader. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui, who was staring at the 3 profundity fragments in his hand. Lu Rui's eyes were burning with desire. He was not the only one. Even the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples were staring at the 3 profundity fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand with desire in their eyes. The 3 profundity fragments represented 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Duan. Lu Rui immediately responded respectfully when he heard Duan Lingtian calling out to him. He did not dare to hesitate. In the past, he only respected Duan Lingtian because of Duan Lingtian's identity. However, now that he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, he respected Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Give these 2 monarch stage profundity fragments to the clan. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the 3 profundity fragments to Lu Rui as though he was throwing trash. However, Lu Rui caught them like they were precious treasures. At the same time, he thanked Duan Lingtian emotionally. On behalf of the clan, I thank you for your gift, Elder Duan. A monarch stage profundity fragment was extremely precious even to a clan like the Lu clan. Perhaps the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, could kill ordinary 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level martial monarchs with his 4th level martial monarch stage cultivation base and obtain the monarch stage profundity fragment in their bodies. However, in the southern outer land, other than the martial monarchs from the second-rate forces, how many martial monarchs would he encounter? Even if there was a martial monarch, Lu Qiu would not dare to kill them. Who knew if he would bring trouble to the Lu clan by killing a martial monarch? He was not worried about people looking for trouble with him guarding the Lu clan's estate. However, would the Lu clan not be allowed to go out? Could he protect everyone in the Lu clan at the same time? Therefore, Lu Qiu would not kill another martial monarch unless it was necessary. If he did not kill a martial monarch, he would not be able to help the Lu clan obtain the profundity fragments. If the Lu clan wanted to have another martial monarch powerhouse, they would need the profundity fragments. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Now, the 3 profundity fragments that Duan Lingtian had given to Lu Rui could be considered as timely rain. They were enough to help the Lu family produce 3 martial emperors in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Rui was not the only one who was excited. Most of the Lu clan members were also very excited. Patriarch, there's no need to thank me. I'm a very simple person. I will definitely not mistreat anyone who treats me well. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His meaning was clear. The Lu family had protected him and showed him kindness. No matter what the result was, he was grateful. The 3 power Upanishad fragments were his thank you gift. Tell them to disperse. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings. He was surrounded by a dark mass of people, all of whom were Lu clan's elders and disciples. Without exception, all of their gazes fell on him. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly directed at Lu Rue. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue immediately dismissed the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples. Only a few people were left at the scene. On the Lu clan side, other than him, only the former patriarch, Lu Qiu, and the 3 guardian elders were left. Elder Duan. At this moment, Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders looked at Duan Lingtian with reverence in their eyes. Lu Qiu was still all right since he knew about Duan Lingtian's background. Although he saw Duan Lingtian's current strength was ridiculously powerful, he felt relieved when he recalled that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago. Such an existence was not something he could understand. However, the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders did not know about Duan Lingtian's background. Elder Duan, the mixed energy of 5 colors that you cast earlier, was that really your innate ability? Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, blinked his small eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian. He forced a smile on his chubby face as he asked. Lu Gui and Lu Ji also looked at Duan Lingtian when they heard Lu Yuan's question. They were also curious about this. After all, the mixed energy of 5 colors that Elder Duan cast earlier was too terrifying. It allowed him to kill 2 4th-level martial monarchs with his 1st-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. Sort of. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Since they thought he was a variant, he did not bother to explain. Sort of. The 3 of them were stunned. However, when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not seem to want to discuss this topic, they tactfully shut their mouths and left one after another. At this moment, only Lu Rue and Lu Qiu were left in the Lu clan. As for Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, one stood next to Duan Lingtian, while the other stood behind Duan Lingtian. Clan leader, former clan leader. If there's nothing else, both of you can leave as well. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Lu Rue and Lu Qiu. Rest well, Elder Duan. We'll take our leave first. Lu Rue and Lu Swan tactfully excused themselves and left. Young master, your strength! After Lu Rue and Lu Qiu left, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. It seemed like he wanted to know what had happened to Duan Lingtian in the past 3 months that made Duan Lingtian's strength so terrifying. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation method. Duan Lingtian smiled. Xiong Quan cultivate well. With the help of the sword profundity fragment and the spirit fruit, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the martial monarch stage in a short time. Yes. Xiong Quan nodded hard. Young master, I'll go cultivate first. Xiong Quan left immediately. The moment his words left his mouth, he had already descended from the sky and returned to his room to cultivate. Tianwu, how's your strength now? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. His eyes were as gentle as water. 7th level void transformation. In front of Duan Lingtian, the frost on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face disappeared. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, Apart from that, I've comprehended the 4th level monarch stage fire profundity. 7th level void transformation. 4th level monarch stage fire profundity. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was shocked. Does this mean that when you use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleash your full strength, you'll be able to unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horn dragons? The 7th level void transformation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the quasi-royal grade spirit sword's double amplification, it would be the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, Feng Tianwu had comprehended the fourth level monarch stage, fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Her fire profundity could give birth to the same level of sword profundity, which was the fourth level monarch stage, sword profundity. It was also equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Adding everything together, it was equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons was equivalent to the strength of one ancient black dragon. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared in the form of an ancient black dragon's silhouette. Yes, Feng Tianwu nodded. She could unleash the strength of one ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons if she unleashed her full strength. I can't believe that you've improved so much in just 3 months. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Although my improvement is great, it's still far from yours. Feng Tianwu replied, I'm different. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. His eyes were a little dazed. He still felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the changes that had happened to him in the past month. Different. Before he could recall the past, Duan Lingtian was awakened by Feng Tianwu's question. He nodded when he regained his senses. It's the same for you. Make the best use of your time to cultivate. When your cultivation base has improved, follow me back to the northern desert. Duan Lingtian said, when both of us return from the northern desert, I'm sure Xiong Quan's cultivation base would have improved. At that time, we'll cross the Ruo Shui River and head to the inner land. The inner land. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little excited when he said those 2 words. Although the inner land was nothing to him since he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories. However, this was his first time going to that place where powerhouses were as common as clouds. Going there personally and searching through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories were 2 completely different concepts. The northern desert. Feng Tianwu's face tensed up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Are we going to see my father? She had long heard about her past from Duan Lingtian. She knew she had a father in the Blade sect in the northern desert. Why, you don't want to go? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw Feng Tianwu's uneasiness. No, I'm just a little nervous. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Her face was filled with confusion. My father, I can't remember him at all. Do you think he'll be angry? Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He moved forward and moved closer to Feng Tianwu. He reached out his hand and gently caressed her soft hair as he comforted her. Don't worry. Your father is a good person. Okay. Because of Duan Lingtian's approach, a rare wisp of crimson appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, and the manly aura that was emitted from Duan Lingtian's body caused her heart to beat faster. Go and cultivate. We'll return to the northern desert when your cultivation base has broken through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. Then, she moved and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though she had transformed into a fire elf. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the air. Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the air. Unknowingly, he raised his hands, and 2 energies appeared out of thin air. The energies had a total of 5 colors. It was more like they were formed by 5 different energies intertwined and combined. This is unbelievable, Duan Lingtian muttered as he looked at the energies in his hands. His breathing quickened unconsciously. A month ago, he had successfully comprehended 3 types of monarch stage profundities when he was in closed-door cultivation. The first-level monarch stage, sword profundity, the first-level monarch stage, wind profundity, and the first-level monarch stage, earth profundity. Moreover, the first-level monarch stage, wind profundity, could also give birth to the first-level monarch stage, fire profundity. In other words, he had comprehended 4 types of monarch stage profundities at that time. At this moment, his cultivation base had also broken through to the martial monarch stage. He had successfully become a martial monarch powerhouse. At the same time, he began to cultivate the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, which was also the last form. Chapter 11:14. When he first started cultivating the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, everything was normal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also began to learn about the advanced heaven rank defensive martial skill that came with the divine dragon form, the 9 dragons barrier. Once the 9 dragons barrier was cultivated to its peak, one would be able to transform one's energy into 9 divine dragons that coiled around one's body to protect oneself. It was an extremely powerful defensive martial skill. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to cultivate this martial skill yet. Even so, it did not affect the shock that the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, brought to Duan Lingtian. Ever since he had broken through to the martial monarch stage and cultivated the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, Duan Lingtian discovered something shocking. That was, he could actually use the wind profundity to give birth to the water profundity from the fire profundity, nurturing the water profundity with the fire profundity. This sounded no different from a fantasy story. Who in the world did not know that water was the bane of fire and that fire and water were incompatible? However, Duan Lingtian actually managed to nurture the water profundity from the fire profundity. Moreover, it was a water profundity that was on the same level as the fire profundity. Perhaps it's because the fire and water profundity are polar opposites that the fire profundity can nurture the water profundity. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think of this. This was because he had no idea what was going on. He could only think of this as a way to clear his doubts. In other words, apart from the sword profundity, wind profundity, earth profundity, and fire profundity, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the water profundity. All 5 profundities were first-level monarch stage profundities. Mastering 5 profundities with a first-level martial monarch stage cultivation base was enough to shock anyone, even if it was only the first-level monarch stage profundity. If the 9th transformation of the 9 dragon war sovereign technique, the divine dragon transformation, had only given Duan Lingtian such a pleasant surprise, then so be it. The problem was when Duan Lingtian successfully comprehended the first-level monarch stage, thunder profundity, with the help of the thunder profundity fragment. Another big problem arose. He discovered, after he comprehended the thunder profundity, the moment he circulated the divine dragon transformation mental cultivation method, the origin energy circulating in his body actually released a mysterious energy that guided all the nature profundity he comprehended and merged them into one. The profound truths of nature included the profound truths of wind, the profound truths of fire, the profound truths of thunder, the profound truths of water, and the profound truths of earth. And Duan Lingtian just happened to comprehend all of them. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think the mysterious energy from the divine dragon transformation would be able to do anything to the 5 nature profundities. However, he soon changed his mind. This was because he realized the 5 nature profundities that he comprehended actually merged into one under the influence of the mysterious energy. They merged into a brand new energy. The energy appeared in the form of the profundity, but it was beyond the ordinary profundities. Why did he say so? This was because the new 5-colored energy that was formed by the merging of the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities could unleash a terrifying energy when unleashed. One must know that if he unleashed the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities normally, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Regardless of whether the earth profundity borrowed the earth energy or the fire profundity borrowed the wind profundity from the fire profundity, once the 5 first-level nature profundities were unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. In other words, it was equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. Even with the addition of the earth energy and the wind profundity from the fire profundity, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian could still vividly remember the scene when he was experimenting with the merging of the 5 nature profundities. Duan Lingtian still remembered. At that time, he purposely experimented with the merging of the energy. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was actually 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons. It was the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Compared to when he unleashed the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities normally, there's a total of 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength. In the end, Duan Lingtian realized the 5 first-level monarch stage nature profundities were completely merged and transformed into a brand new energy. They were never separated again. Currently, he could no longer communicate with any of the nature profundities. He could only communicate with the energy that was merged with the 5 nature profundities. Yes, it could be considered as a profundity, a brand new profundity. No matter what, this is a good thing for me. Duan Lingtian did not know when a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Initially, when he realized the merging of the 5 nature profundities into a brand new profundity that was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons, he was elated. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised for a moment before he fell into deep thought again. The new profundity was indeed powerful. However, would he be able to quickly comprehend and improve it in the future? One must know that although the combined strength of the 5 nature profundities was not as powerful as the new profundity, they could be quickly improved through the corresponding profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian was very concerned about this. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he could comprehend and improve his new profundity through any of the nature profundity fragments after a series of experiments. That was not all. He also realized that if he held 3 different nature profundity fragments in his hands, such as the wind profundity fragment, the thunder profundity fragment, and the earth profundity fragment, he would be able to comprehend and improve his new profundity faster. Now, I wonder how powerful the new profundity will be after it's improved. It'd be great if it can be improved like the Emperor stage profundity. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. Emperor stage profundity. The first level was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. The second level was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons, and so on and so forth. The 9th level Emperor stage profundity was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. It could be said that if the new fused profundity that Duan Lingtian mastered could be improved like the Emperor stage profundity, it would be equivalent to him mastering the Emperor stage profundity when he was at the martial monarch stage. What did it mean for a martial monarch to master the Emperor stage profundity? Putting everything else aside, the fused profundity that Duan Lingtian mastered was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. It was much more powerful than an ordinary 9th level monarch stage profundity. An ordinary 9th level monarch stage profundity was only comparable to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. Duan Lingtian's fused profundity was equivalent to mastering 2 ordinary 9th level monarch stage profundities. It was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. A first-level martial monarch mastering 2 9th level monarch stage profundities. What did it mean? Who would believe it? That's not all. other than the fused profundity. I've also comprehended the first-level monarch stage, sword profundity. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed. The first-level monarch stage, sword profundity, is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient, horned dragons. On top of that, my origin energy at the first-level martial monarch stage is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient, horned dragons, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword has a double boost. If I unleash my full strength now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider as he muttered to himself. An ordinary 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy is comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. If I give him a grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost, it's comparable to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if he comprehended 1 6th-level monarch stage profundity and 2 1st-level monarch stage profundities, the 3 profundities added together are comparable to the strength of 11,000 ancient horned dragons. That's the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. His strength added together is comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. It's comparable to my current strength. After some comparison, Duan Lingtian had a clear understanding of his current strength. However, I'm confident I can kill a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist like him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely. 9 swords suddenly appeared around his body. The 9 swords hovered in the air and emitted waves of killing aura. All of a sudden, 9 tribulation, sword control technique. As Duan Lingtian slowly uttered these 5 words, the 9 swords hovering around him shot out instantly and transformed into 9 swift rays of light. They were so fast that ordinary people could not see them clearly. 9 dragons, radiant flash. Duan Lingtian did not stop and continued to speak. At that moment, the 9 swift rays of light that shot out transformed into 9 divine dragons. There was a total of 81 divine dragons in total. As the 81 pairs of dragon eyes flashed, 162 ultimate rays of light shot out and disappeared into the sky. The speed was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could only catch a trace of it. 9 tribulation, sword control technique at the perfection stage, and 9 dragons, radiant flash at the perfection stage. When used together, it's invincible. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 9 swords that flew out returned to his body. Soon, they merged into one and transformed into a sword that gently fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. This sword was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It was inscribed with the magical divide and combined formation. This divide and combined formation is slightly illusory. It doesn't feel like something that should exist in Cloud Continent. I wonder where the Tempest Sword Monarch got it from. The more he understood the divide and combined formation, the more Duan Lingtian could feel its extraordinariness. Dividing something substantial into 9, and not only that, it was not an illusion. It was completely against common sense. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted. Chapter 11:15. As expected of the 9th form of the 9 dragons, War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. It's amazing. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Ever since he had broken through to the martial monarch stage, his strength had skyrocketed. His strength could be said to have skyrocketed. He had crossed a few levels in one go and was now comparable to a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Not only that, but he could even kill an ordinary 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. All of this was granted to him by the 9th form of the 9 dragons, War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu himself only knows that the ninth form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, can give birth to a profundity, but he doesn't know what kind of profundity it is. Now, Duan Lingtian had used the fire profundity to give birth to the water profundity through the ninth form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form. As for the fusion of 5 nature profundities, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't have any memory of it. In other words, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't know this would happen. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. He realized he had reached the threshold that even the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not expect. Fused profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at the profundity in his hand that had 5 different colors mixed together. He muttered to himself, "I hope you'll be like the Emperor stage profundity. Every time you level up, you'll gain an extra ancient black dragon strength." After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form. As Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate, 3 profundity fragments appeared in his hand. There was no sword profundity fragment among them, only nature profundity fragments. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the divine dragon form was more advanced than before. The most important thing right now was to improve the fused profundity, because the potential of the fused profundity was obviously stronger than the sword profundity. Naturally, this did not mean he was going to abandon the sword profundity. While he was comprehending the fused profundity through the 3 nature profundity fragments, he was also comprehending the obscure information hidden in his mind. It was the comprehension of the way of the sword contained in the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind. He had a strong intuition. Comprehending the sword Tao comprehension left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was more reliable than using the sword profundity fragment to improve his sword profundity. Time passed quietly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and a glint flashed through them. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in my body has completely boiled as my cultivation base has broken through to the martial monarch stage. Currently, with the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, a bottleneck to the 2nd level martial monarch stage has appeared in my body. Give me another month, and I'm confident I can break through to the 2nd level martial monarch stage in one go. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and a smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, his progress in the martial monarch stage could be said to be heaven-defying. When a martial artist cultivated to the martial monarch stage, they could no longer improve their cultivation base quickly by consuming spirit fruits. Everything had to be done steadily and surely. Of course, this did not mean there were no shortcuts. Although those at the martial monarch stage and above could not consume spirit fruits directly to improve their cultivation base quickly, they could consume various pills refined from spirit fruits that were exclusive to void transformation stage martial artists to speed up their cultivation base. Of course, this method of cultivation would only speed up their cultivation base slightly, but it was still far from being comparable to the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill could be considered as the king of these pills. Very few pills could compare to it. Pills that were comparable to the rebirth pill were extremely rare and precious pills. The difficulty of obtaining them was not inferior to the rebirth pill at all. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's improvement in his cultivation base was akin to riding on a rocket compared to other martial monarch stage martial artists. In fact, it had only been 2 months since Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 1st level martial monarch stage. He was confident he could break through to the 2nd level martial monarch stage in one go after a month. This also meant he only needed 3 months to break through to the 2nd level martial monarch stage from the 1st level martial monarch stage. If news of this were to spread out, who knew how many martial monarch stage martial artists would be frightened out of their wits? To break through to the second-level martial monarch stage from the first-level martial monarch stage in 3 months, such a cultivation speed could be said to be heaven-defying. Tian Wu should be breaking through to the martial monarch stage by now. Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted as he muttered to himself, I should refine some pills before Tian Wu breaks through. Now that I can condense the quasi-royal grade pill fire, I can refine grade 1 pills with higher purity. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He raised his hand, and a wisp of solidified flame appeared in his hand. This wisp of flame was different from the grade 1 pill fire he had condensed in the past. The grade 1 pill fire was the purplish gold pill fire. The purplish flame was surrounded by golden edges. However, this wisp of flame was a pure golden flame. To be exact, it was a dark golden flame. Currently, even if 100 alchemists were to come over, none of them would be able to recognize this pill fire. This was because this was the quasi-royal grade pill fire that was superior to the grade 1 pill fire. The quasi-royal grade pill fire was also known as the dark gold pill fire. After condensing the dark gold pill fire, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron. Looking at the cauldron before him, he realized he had neglected the most important thing. His cauldron was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. There was no way it could withstand his quasi-royal grade pill fire. Although I can condense the quasi-royal grade pill fire and upgrade the cauldron to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now, I don't have enough materials to upgrade the cauldron. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he put away the quasi-royal grade pill fire. I'll refine it after I return from the northern desert. I think Tian Wu should be close to breaking through by now. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and went to Feng Tianwu's room when he thought of this. He extended his spiritual energy and easily sensed Feng Tianwu's cultivation situation. It was just as he had guessed. Feng Tianwu was making her final push to break through to the martial monarch stage. She was so close to breaking through to the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch powerhouse. Looking at Tian Wu's situation, she should need a few more days to break through. I'll go look for the clan leader and see if the Lu clan has the materials I need. Also, I'll ask the clan leader if he knows about the foreign lands Force Kerr and Little Faker are in. Duan Lingtian left the mansion he was staying in recently and went to look for Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan. Lu Rue immediately put down what he was doing and came out to welcome Duan Lingtian when he found out he had come. Elder Duan. Lu Rue welcomed Duan Lingtian into the main hall of his mansion enthusiastically and stood below. Congratulations, clan leader. Duan Lingtian congratulated Lu Rue with a smile on his face as though he had noticed something. Elder Duan, you can tell? Lu Rue was shocked. It was only yesterday that he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. Up until now, he was the only one in the Lu clan who knew he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. However, he did not expect Elder Duan would be able to see the change in him as soon as he arrived. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, as expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian nodded and went straight to the point. Clan leader, I came to look for you this time mainly because I need your help with something. You're too kind, Elder Duan. As long as you have a request, the Lu clan will do it for you, even if it costs us our lives. Lu Rue was a little fearful in the beginning, but he had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. Putting aside the fact that Elder Duan possessed extraordinary status and strength, he did not dare to treat him lightly. It was all thanks to Elder Duan that he was able to break through to the martial monarch stage. Therefore, he was duty-bound to help Elder Duan. It's not that serious. I just need a few materials, but I'm not sure if the Lu clan has them. That's why I came to ask you, clan leader. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What materials? Lu Rui asked. Then, Duan Lingtian listed the materials he needed one by one. These materials were the materials he needed to upgrade his cauldron's grade. Although they were not rare in the inner land of Cloud Continent, they were still rare in the outer land. Therefore, he was not sure if the Lu clan had them. After all, the Lu clan was only a second-rate force in the outer land of Cloud Continent. I'll go look for them now. Please wait for a moment, Elder Duan. After Lu Rui finished speaking, he was about to leave in a hurry. Clan leader, please wait. Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Rui in a timely manner. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? Lu Rui was puzzled. Patriarch, do you know of a sect whose encampment is a volcano and a snowy peak? It seems like there are only male martial artists on the volcano and female martial artists on the snowy peak. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder Duan, are you asking about the Yinyang sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui immediately responded and asked. Yinyang sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up before he continued. I don't know what that sect is called. However, the Yinyang sect that you mentioned, is it possible that their base is a volcano and a snowy peak? After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui in anticipation. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He could not help but feel nervous. This was related to the whereabouts of his two fiancées. He had not seen them for many years, and he missed them dearly. Yes, Lu Rui nodded. Among the forces that I know, only the Yinyang sect's base is a volcano and a snowy peak. The volcano is called Yang Peak, and the snowy peak is called Yin Peak. Among them, all the male martial artists are gathered at Yang Peak, and the female martial artists are gathered at Yin Peak. Lu Rui finished speaking in one breath. Volcano Yang Peak? Snowy Peak Yin Peak? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He realized that Lu Rui was talking about the sect that he was looking for. Chapter 1116. The Yinyang sect is a first-rate force located in the inner land. It's on the other side of the Ruo Shui River near us. The swift boat that travels from the northern mountain land to the inner land belongs to the Yinyang sect. There's a trip every 3 days. Lu Rui told Duan Lingtian. As for what the swift boat was, he did not explain because he believed Elder Duan would definitely know about it. The swift boat had existed in the Cloud Continent for more than 10,000 years. In her opinion, as the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago, it was impossible for Elder Duan to not know about the swift boat. Duan Lingtian knew about the swift boat. The swift boat was a transportation tool that was similar to a boat. Unlike a boat, the swift boat did not travel on water. Instead, it flew in the air. The swift boat was completely made of special materials. There were many complicated inscription formations inscribed on it, and it was directly powered by high-grade origin stones. Due to this reason, the swift boat was very stable. It traveled on the Ruo Shui River as though it was on flat ground. Duan Lingtian knew what kind of place the Ruo Shui River was from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The Ruo Shui River was an extremely dangerous place. It could be said that any martial artist below the martial monarch stage would definitely die if they entered. The water in the Ruo Shui River was the Ruo Shui. Apart from the extremely shocking gravitational force, the Ruo Shui was also extremely corrosive. One would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Even martial monarch stage martial artists with ordinary strength would be swallowed into the Ruo Shui River once they encountered the whirlpool in the Ruo Shui River. Nothing would be left of them. Due to the terrifying nature of the Ruo Shui River, the swift boat was born. Unless one was a powerful martial monarch who was confident in himself, no one dared to cross the Ruo Shui River with their physical body. They could only cross the Ruo Shui River in the swift boat. Of course, the swift boat was not 100% safe. On the Ruo Shui River, apart from the terrifying Ruo Shui River, bandits were also a major feature. In the eyes of the bandits, any martial artist who could afford the swift boat was a fat sheep. Therefore, many powerful bandits would use small swift boats as a means of transportation to rob the swift boats passing by on the Ruashui River to obtain a large amount of wealth. All in all, it was just one sentence. On Cloud Continent, other than fighting with the heavens, one also had to compete with others. The Yin-Yang sect, a first-rate force, is on the other side of the Ruashui River near us. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened again. Little Fei, I'll be able to see you soon. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into a warm smile. After so many years, those two girls must have become even more beautiful and moving, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His face was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing those two girls as soon as possible. Elder Duan, if there's nothing else, I'm going to leave now. Lu Rue couldn't help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian in a daze. Yes. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and nodded. Go ahead. After Lu Rue left, Duan Lingtian stayed in the main hall and waited for Lu Rue's return. Half an hour later, Lu Rue returned with a few materials that he needed. Elder Duan, our Lu clan's treasure vault can't gather all of these materials. One of them was collected by the former clan leader. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and took out his grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron in front of Lu Rue. At the same time, a raging flame appeared in his hand. Weapon flame. Lu Rue's eyes lit up. He had learned from the handwritten letter passed down by his ancestor that the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 10,000 years ago was not only a martial Dao powerhouse who stood at the peak, but he was also a top alchemist, weapon craftsman, and inscription master. Today, he finally witnessed the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor condensing the weapon flame that was unique to weapons craftsmen. However, why was this weapon flame so different? Duan, Elder Duan, what weapon flame is this? From what I know, the weapon flame of a weapon craftsman is the same color as the pill flame of an alchemist. Why is your weapon flame dark gold? Lu Rue was confused when he saw the dark golden flame dancing in Duan Lingtian's hand. He had never seen such a strange weapon flame before, and he had never heard of such a strange weapon flame. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and ignored Lu Rue. With a lift of his hand, he melted the materials that Lu Rue brought into a few puddles of liquid. How's this possible? Lu Rue's eyes widened when he saw this. His face was filled with shock. He could not help but be shocked. Among the materials that he brought for Elder Duan, the Lu clan had records of one of the materials that he found in the Lu clan's treasure vault. Almost 1,000 years ago, their Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist ancestor spent 3 days and 3 nights to refine the material with his grade 1 pill flame. However, the dark gold flame in Elder Duan's hand only took a few moments to melt it. In terms of power, a grade 1 pill flame is not inferior to a grade 1 weapon flame. In other words, even a grade 1 weapon flame can't refine the material. Lu Rue's heartbeat quickened. At this moment, he seemed to be able to hear the clear sound of his heartbeat. At this moment, there was nothing but shock in his heart. Don't tell me the flame in Elder Duan's hand is above a grade 1 weapon flame. Lu Rue gasped inwardly. According to the handwritten record left behind by the ancestor who built our Lu clan 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao is above a grade 1 alchemist. Don't tell me his attainment in the weapons refinement Dao is above a grade 1 weapons craftsman as well. Is the weapon flame that he condensed a grade 1 weapon flame that's higher than a grade 1 weapon flame? The more Lu Rue thought about it, the more shocked he became. While Lu Rue was still lost in his thoughts, the dark gold flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already engulfed the grade 1 spirit cauldron. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a big pool of liquid that boiled and rolled in the air. Whoosh! 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 Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He took out a few other materials from his spatial ring and refined them into liquid before merging them with the other pools of liquid. Initially, the pools of liquid clashed with each other. However, when the dark golden flames swept out and enveloped them, they all became well-behaved and quickly fused into one. From the beginning until the end, it only took half an hour. A new cauldron's embryonic form gradually appeared in the dark gold flame. Another half an hour went by. A brand new and complete cauldron entered Duan Lingtian's ears as the dark gold flame disappeared. A quasi-royal grade spirit cauldron. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the cauldron in his hand. This was the first quasi-royal grade spirit cauldron that he had refined. This cauldron! At this moment, Lu Rui had already regained his senses. When his gaze landed on the cauldron in Duan Lingtian's hand, he could no longer move his eyes away. The Lu clan had a history of 10,000 years. Their ancestors had left behind a few grade 1 spirit cauldrons. However, in Lu Rui's eyes, none of those grade 1 spirit cauldrons could compare to the one in front of him. This cauldron doesn't seem to be as simple as a grade 1 spirit cauldron. Before Lu Rui could react, Duan Lingtian made his move again. When he raised his hand, the raging dark gold flame in his hand transformed into a condensed dark gold flame. This is pill fire? Lu Rui could not help but gulp when he saw the scene before his eyes. A dark gold pill fire. He had never seen or heard of anything like this before. Soon after, Lu Rui saw Duan Lingtian take out a bunch of herbs that he was familiar with. He recognized them immediately. These are the herbs to refine a grade 1 life recovery pill. Subsequently, Lu Rui was completely captivated by Duan Lingtian's mystical refining technique. His mind was completely immersed in it, and his entire being became numb. He forgot about time and everything else. An hour later, smack! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slammed his palm on the cauldron. The dark gold flame formed a layer of light shield that covered the cauldron's pill outlet. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, a few rays of light shot out from the pill outlet. They penetrated the light shield formed by the dark gold flame and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand that had been waiting for a long time. The herbs were done. After Duan Lingtian put the cauldron away, he opened his hand that was holding the pills. There was a total of 10 glowing pills in his hand that emitted a medicinal fragrance. Duan, Elder Duan, can I have a look? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to put the 10 pills that he had just refined into the pill bottle, a voice entered his ears. He glanced over and realized that Lu Rui was staring at the pill in his hand. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian responded to Lu Rui with his next action. He flicked his finger, and a pill shot toward Lu Rui. Smack! Lu Rui reached out his hand to catch the pill and looked at it carefully. The grade 1 life recovery pill that he had seen countless times in the past seemed to weigh a ton in his hand. All of this was due to the extraordinary purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill. Elder Duan, this grade 1 life recovery pill must have a purity higher than 97%, right? Lu Rui asked as he shifted his gaze away from the grade 1 life recovery pill and looked at Duan Lingtian. He was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of a grade 1 life recovery pill with 97% purity a month ago. Although it was just a glance, he was certain that grade 1 life recovery pill was not as good as the one in his hand. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded and said casually, the grade 1 life recovery pill that I refined this time has a purity of 99%. It says so. 99% purity? So. Lu Rui's eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He felt that he could not communicate with the purple-clad young man before him. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Rui realized the biggest problem. The herbs that Elder Duan took out to refine the Grade 1 Life Recovery pill seemed to be a standard set of herbs. How could he use a standard set of herbs to refine 10 Grade 1 Life Recovery pills? Doesn't that mean Elder Duan has a 100% success rate in refining the Grade 1 Life Recovery pills? Chapter 11:17. Clan Leader, I plan to refine some of these Grade 1 Life Recovery pills for the clan. However, the clan has to prepare the ingredients themselves. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui, who was in a daze, and said, No problem. No problem. When Lu Rui heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not react at first. However, when he regained his senses, he immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. Elder Duan, I'll go prepare it now. Lu Rui planned to return the Grade 1 Life Recovery pill with 99% purity to Duan Lingtian before he went to prepare the ingredients. Take it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not take the pill from Lu Rui. Thank you, Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly thanked him and left in a hurry to prepare. What a joke! This matter was related to a batch of Grade 1 Life Recovery pills with 99% purity. How could he dare to be negligent? Grade 1 Life Recovery pills with such purity. I'm afraid the medicinal effect is close to the legendary ability to regrow flesh and bones from the dead. Lu Rui thought to himself when he left. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the dark golden flame that suddenly soared and raged in his hand. Now, as long as I have enough ingredients, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that has a 100% boost. However, the ingredients required to refine other quasi-royal grade spirit weapons are much more complicated than the ingredients required to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It's difficult to gather all of them. Duan Lingtian knew about this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Soon after, Lu Rui returned. He brought back a huge amount of ingredients to refine Grade 1 Life Recovery pills. There were a total of 30 sets. Clan Leader, are you trying to tire me out? After dripping his blood on the spatial ring to claim ownership, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the huge pile of ingredients inside. Elder Duan, please don't misunderstand. You only need to refine 10 sets of these ingredients. Take the remaining 20 sets as a gift from the Lu clan to you. Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly said. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Also, Elder Duan, can I ask a few elders to watch you refine the Grade 1 Life Recovery pills? Lu Rui seemed to have something that was hard to say. After hesitating for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said it. Of course. However, I don't like crowds. Those who come must be Grade 2 alchemists like you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Yes. Lu Rui nodded and left the hall. He asked someone to look for the Grade 2 alchemist elders. The moment the rank 2 alchemist elders from the Lu clan heard that they could watch Elder Duan refine pills, they immediately put down whatever they were doing and rushed over. Who was Elder? A Grade 1 alchemist. Alchemist who was to refine. Unless Duan Lingtian Duan spirits masters is to watch? Elder Duan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by Lu Rui and 4 other old men in the main hall of Lu Rui's residence. 5 pairs of burning eyes were trained on him. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 4 old men and began to refine the Grade 1 Life Recovery pills. He deliberately slowed down his speed for the sake of Lu Rui and the other 4. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Rui and the other 4 were drunk with shamelessness as they watched him perform the mysterious technique. Duan Lingtian refined a total of 10 cauldrons of Grade 1 Life Recovery pills. He only stopped after he repeated the same refining technique 10 times. At this moment, Duan Lingtian put away his cauldron, and 10 pill bottles appeared in his hand. There were 10 grade 1 life recovery pills in each bottle. When Duan Lingtian saw that Lu Rui and the other 4 were still immersed in his medicine refinement technique and had yet to regain their senses, he left the 10 bottles of medicinal pills at the side. After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian realized it was already late at night. When Tian Wu breaks through to the martial monarch stage, I'll bring her back to the northern desert. Skywolf Fort. It's time to settle the score between us. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he left Lu Rui's residence. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. The scene of the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort leading 10 Skywolf Fort elders to hunt him down was still vivid in his mind. If it wasn't for the Devil Seal tablet that demonized me and gave me the terrifying strength to kill those elders of Skywolf Fort, I'd be a pile of dirt on Cloud Continent now. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Rui and the other 4 grade 2 alchemists from Lu clan did not wake up. They stood there for the entire night and only regained their senses the next morning. The first one to regain his senses was Lu Rui. Elder Duan is really amazing, Lu Rui exclaimed from the bottom of his heart when he recalled the refining technique that seemed to be engraved in his mind. Although it was only one night, he felt like the door to becoming a grade 1 alchemist was slowly opening for him. He only needed one more step to become a grade 1 alchemist. Soon after, Lu Rui saw the 10 pill bottles placed neatly on the table. His eyes lit up immediately, and he put the pill bottles away one by one. Clan leader, are the grade 1 life recovery pills refined by Elder Duan at 97% purity. The other 4 grade 2 alchemist elders regained their senses one by one and asked in anticipation. Lu Rui opened the pill bottles one by one and glanced inside. His eyes narrowed immediately. These grade 1 life recovery pills. Lu Rui glanced at the 4 grade 2 alchemist elders and paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. In the end, under the expectant gazes of the 4 grade 2 alchemist elders, he gulped and said, "They're all grade 1 life recovery pills with 99% purity." A purity of 99%. The 4 grade 2 alchemist elders were petrified as soon as Lu Rui finished his sentence. In the ancient desert city of the northern desert. Today, the ancient desert city welcomed a group of uninvited guests, a total of 4 people. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair. He glided across the sky without leaving a trace, as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. If one looked closely, one could see that the old man was accompanied by a middle-aged man as he glided across the sky. There were 3 middle-aged men following behind them like shadows. The 3 middle-aged men were wearing the same green uniform with the word sun embroidered on their chests. There were 2 other words embroidered on top of the word sun, Beiki. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them entered Skywolf Fort. "Who are you?" The people of Skywolf Fort were on high alert. Sun Zhong from the Sun family of Beiki. The white-haired old man in the lead had a majestic voice. It spread across Skywolf Fort in an instant and spread to every corner of Skywolf Fort. The Sun family of Beiki. Many of the disciples of Skywolf Fort were puzzled. The 6 people who flew into the air from Skywolf Fort looked solemn. It was obvious that they had heard of the Sun family of Beiki. The 6 of them were led by an old man in green. Behind the green-robed old man were 4 old men and a middle-aged man. The Sun family of Beiki is a second-rate force in the land of Beiki. Why are they here in Skywolf Fort? The old man in green was the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Greenwolf. He was puzzled. Master. The middle-aged man behind him, The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, looked at the old man beside him, the other vice fort master, Luo Fu. The Sun family of Beiki, isn't it because of Brother Jean? Yes. It seems that he used the promise his father gave him. Luo Fu nodded and interrupted Feng Wei. He sighed. Luo Fu had a younger sister. Back then, his sister wanted to seduce the eldest young master of the Sun family of Beiki. However, she did not even get the title of a concubine. Even after she got pregnant and entered the Sun family, she could only live in the servants' quarters. Even her son was not qualified to be surnamed Sunday. The eldest young master of the Sun family was now the master of the Sun family. He had many outstanding children and did not care about the life of a useless bastard. However, seeing that the illegitimate child had his blood flowing in his veins, he still made a promise that he would agree to one request of the illegitimate child, a request that was not too outrageous. The bastard was the son of Luo Fu's sister, who was also his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin, who lived under someone else's roof, was sent to the Skywolf Fort by his mother very early on. He, who didn't have much natural talent in the martial Dao, relied on the fact that his uncle was the vice fort master to run amok and bully people everywhere. However, he kicked an iron plate in the end, and his dantian was destroyed. Master, do you mean that Brother Jean brought the Sun family of Beiki here? Feng Wei inwardly gasped. It should be. Luo Fu nodded. Soon, when he saw a familiar figure among the four people, Luo Fu knew that his guess was right. The Sun family of Beiki was brought here by his nephew, Green Wolf of Skywolf Fort. Green Wolf looked at the old man in front of him and bowed slightly. Greetings, senior son, with the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Greetings, senior Sunday. Luo Fu and the other four behind him bowed as well. Sun Zhong. He was one of the two martial emperors of the Sun family of Beiki. They had heard of him before. A martial emperor was not someone a third-rate force like Skywolf Fort could afford to offend. Luo Jin, ask away. At this moment, Sun Zhong glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. Luo Jin, Luo Fu and Feng Wei had communicated through telepathy, so Green Wolf did not know the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing Sun Zhong's words, he realized that the middle-aged man was Luo Fu's nephew, Luo Jin. Fort Master, Luo Jin looked at Green Wolf. However, he was interrupted by Luo Fu as soon as he opened his mouth. Luo Fu said in a deep voice, Jiner, have you thought it through? Do you really want to use that promise? You should know that although your cultivation has been crippled, if you use that promise to ask your father to let you live a carefree life of glory, splendor, and wealth, he will still agree. Luo Fu advised, Uncle, you don't have to persuade me. Chapter 11:18. Seeing how determined Luo Jin was, Luo Fu sighed. He knew he could not persuade his nephew, so he had to think of another way. Duan Lingtian? Hearing Luo Jin's words, Green Wolf frowned and asked, What's going on? Duan Lingtian. He was no stranger to this name. Not only was he the champion of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Skywolf Fort, but he was also closely related to the mysterious young madam. The young madam was looking for this person. That little grandaunt had even addressed this person as Big Brother Ling Tian. This made him realize this person was not someone to be trifled with. Now, Luo Fu's nephew was bringing people from the Sun family of Beiki to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian? He destroyed my dantian. Luo Jin said in a deep voice, Fort Master, I've only heard that he was the champion of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Skywolf Fort, but I don't know where he came from. Please tell me where he came from, Fort Master. Luo Jin said, Duan Lingtian's background? Green Wolf frowned. He really did not know. Even if he knew, he would not dare to say it out loud. If the young madam found out he had betrayed her brother Ling Tian, she would skin him alive the next time she came. Senior Sunday. At this moment, Luo Fu looked at Sun Zhong and said solemnly, Senior, You must have heard of the North Nether sect in the northern desert, right? Of course. Although Sun Zhong did not know why Luo Fu asked such a question, he still nodded. The North Nether sect is a second-rate force similar to our Sun clan. I've met the North Nether sect's martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong. Senior Sun, what if I tell you? Senior Feng Tong of the North Nether sect might have been killed by the powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian? Do you still want to kill him? Luo Fu continued. What? Sun Zhong's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Are you serious? I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly calamity, Luo Fu said seriously. At this moment he felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that his nephew would fall deeper and deeper, he definitely wouldn't have reminded this martial emperor of the Sun family, who had nothing to do with him. Because of his sister, he hated the Sun family. Of course, he could only hate them in secret. He didn't dare to show it because he couldn't win against the Sun family. It was also because he did not know this nephew of his had the intention to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would have told his nephew about this matter in full detail. This would make his nephew forget about seeking revenge on Duan Lingtian. Humph! Sun Zhong snorted and glared at Luo Jin. Luo Jin, are you trying to get me killed? When Luo Fu said those words, Luo Jin's face turned pale. Now that he heard Sun Zhong's angry shout, he was so scared that his legs started to tremble and his body started to tremble. You're right. He did want to kill you. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from afar. It seemed to be faintly discernible. Suddenly, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Only then did they realize that there were two figures in the distance. One was in purple and the other was in red. The young man stood there, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. The other woman stood beside the young man in purple. She was extremely beautiful. Her fiery red robe fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. Purple flames burst out, followed by red flames. This pair of man and woman standing there was simply a match made in heaven. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw this pair of man and woman. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the young man in purple and the woman in red walked side by side in the air. In the blink of an eye, they were near the Skywolf Fort and the Sun family of Beiki. It was a tripartite confrontation. Duan Lingtian. Soon, the 5 deputy fort masters of Skywolf Fort recognized the young man in purple. They didn't expect him to appear just as they were talking about him. Moreover, it was obvious that he came to Skywolf Fort with ill intentions. The 4 deputy fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, Ning Kan, Meng Li, and Yukong, who had chased after Duan Lingtian in the past, had a grave expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. They had just found out from Luo Fu that Duan Lingtian had someone who could kill a martial monarch powerhouse hiding behind him. At this moment, the 4 of them could not help but look around as though they were trying to find the powerhouse hiding behind Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed. You're Duan Lingtian. Green Wolf and Sun Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in unison, Sun family of Beiki? Duan Lingtian ignored Green Wolf and looked at Sun Zhong indifferently. Your cultivation base is not bad. 2nd level martial monarch stage. You're much stronger than Feng Tong from North Nether sect. 2nd level martial monarch stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Green Wolf and the 5 deputy fort masters of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Although they had heard about Sun Zhong in the Sun family of Beiki and knew that he was a martial monarch powerhouse, they had always thought that he was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. They did not expect Sun Zhong to be at the 2nd level martial monarch stage. The 2nd level martial monarch stage and the 1st level martial monarch stage could not be mentioned in the same breath. They were not on the same level at all. You have a good eye, sir. Sun Zhong was looking at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes. When he saw how Duan Lingtian could see through his cultivation base with just a glance, he instantly realized how unfathomable Duan Lingtian was. Putting everything else aside, his opponent's eyesight alone was enough to make him realize that he was not an ordinary person. "Did you come all the way from the land of Beiki to kill me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Sun Zhong intently. "I dare not." Sun Zhong hurriedly shook his head. What a joke! Since he knew that Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, was defeated by this person, and he had just witnessed how unfathomable this person was, how would he dare to admit it? "Since you dare not, can you hand him over to me?" Duan Lingtian said calmly as he shifted his gaze from Sun Zhong to Luo Jin, who was being led by him. "Elder Zhong, don't forget that my father asked you to kill him for me. Kill him now. Kill him now." Luo Jin's face turned ferocious again when he saw Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he immediately shouted at Sun Zhong hysterically. However, Sun Zhong ignored Luo Jin. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Sir, no matter what, he's still the son of the Sun family's clan leader. It's fine if you want him, but shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Sincerity? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he smiled. In the next moment, he turned his head slightly and looked at the 4 Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters standing behind Qinglang. "For Vice Fort Masters, you almost took my life back then." The expressions of Ning, Kan, and the other 3 who were targeted by Duan Lingtian changed drastically. When Qinglang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he frowned before he wanted to ask Duan Lingtian if there was a misunderstanding. He did not know that the 4 Vice Fort Masters under him had tried to kill Duan Lingtian before. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Whoosh! A short-lived sound of a sword whistling interrupted him. At the same time, he noticed to his astonishment that the throats of the 4 Vice Fort Masters behind him that were locked onto by Duan Lingtian had a bloody hole in their throats. The 4 bloody holes ceaselessly sprayed out dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and then the 4 corpses collapsed. The 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had all died in the blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Qinglang only heard a short-lived sword cry, and he didn't see any trace of Duan Lingtian attacking. Right when everyone was dumbstruck, Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Zhong as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he asked with a calm tone, "Is this sincerity enough?" The smile that appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth was no different than the smile of a devil when it entered into Sun Zhong's eyes. Instantly, Sun Zhong felt a strand of cold air rise from beneath his feet to the top of his head, and it didn't disperse for a long time. "Enough! Enough!" Subsequently, Sun Zhong hurriedly nodded, and then he raised his hand and tossed Luo Jin to Duan Lingtian. "Lord Duan, I hope you can forgive me for offending you earlier." Presently, cold sweat broke out on Sun Zhong's forehead. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying powerhouse. The rumor that there was a hidden powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian who could kill Feng Tong was all a lie. Duan Lingtian himself was a terrifying powerhouse. Amongst the people present, only he saw the action of Duan Lingtian raising his hand. As for the sword lights that flashed out from behind and pierced the throats of the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, even he was unable to catch the slightest trace of it. At that moment, he already knew. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Well said. Duan Lingtian casually caught Luo Jin, and he didn't let him linger in his hands for long. With a lift of his hand, he tossed Luo Jin toward the spacious combat arena outside of Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! Luo Jin, who had lost his origin energy because his Dantian had been destroyed, fell to the ground at an increasing speed. "Uncle, save me! Uncle, save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Luo Jin, who who had been scared silly by Duan Lingtian, only regained his senses when he was tossed aside by Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically, and he hysterically begged Luo Fu for help. Luo Fu took a deep breath and closed his eyes in pain. There was an indescribable bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Although he wanted to save Luo Jin, he was powerless. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. If he tried to save Luo Jin now, not only would he fail, but he would also lose his life. Therefore, he could only choose to stand aside and watch. His life was the most important thing. Boom! Luo Jin, who was falling from the sky, screamed hysterically as he crashed into the combat arena. He was smashed into a pile of minced meat, and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, the entire area fell into a dead silence. Luo Fu, what happened? Soon, Green Wolf's voice broke the silence. Chapter 1119. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qing Lang indifferently when he heard his words. In his opinion, Qing Lang was only saying this to save his life. Fort Master. Luo Fu smiled dryly. The four of them had already offended Duan Lingtian before you even said this. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, the four of them brought 10 elders to hunt down Duan Lingtian. What? Qing Lang's expression changed drastically, and his gaze turned cold. You already knew? Luo Fu smiled wryly and nodded. All of you are really something. Qing Lang glared at Luo Fu and asked in a deep voice, then, why didn't you tell me when Miss Xue and I came to Skywolf Fort and mentioned Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps you thought it was a small matter? Qing Lang's body emitted a cold killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. Miss Xue and I, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Qing Lang's words. He was slightly surprised. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort knew Xue Nai? Fort Master, we heard Miss Xue Nai address Duan Lingtian as Brother Lingtian, and you were so respectful to Miss Xue Nai. That's why we didn't dare to tell you, because we were afraid you'd blame us. The wry smile on Luo Fu's face deepened. Boom! As soon as Luo Fu finished speaking, Qing Lang attacked at lightning speed. Vast and rolling origin energy, and the 9th level void transformation concept that followed him like a shadow instantly drowned Luo Fu. At this moment, Luo Fu turned into dust and disappeared from this world. Qing Lang deserves 1,000 deaths for not managing his subordinates well. Please punish me, Lord Duan. After killing Luo Fu, Qing Lang bowed to Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Lang deeply and said indifferently, if you really think you're guilty, why don't you take your own life now? Qing Lang did not expect Duan Lingtian to say this. His body trembled as fear appeared on his face. Humph! Don't try to be smart in front of me. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. You know that I won't kill you, yet you're still acting like this. Don't you feel disgusted? Lord Duan is wise. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Green Wolf let out a sigh of relief and quickly flattered Duan Lingtian. You know Xue Nai? However, Duan Lingtian didn't buy it. He ignored his flattery and changed the topic. Yes, Green Wolf nodded respectfully. He knew that today the young lady was the one who had saved his life. You know Xue Nai's background? Duan Lingtian asked again. I don't know. Green Wolf smiled bitterly. I only know that little ant. Miss Xue Nai's identity is not simple. The one beside her is a powerful existence from the same clan as me. In terms of seniority, he can be considered my ancestor. Qing knew. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Miss Xue Nai called her that. Green Wolf replied respectfully. When did you see Xue Nai? Duan Lingtian asked again. Following that, Duan Lingtian learned some things from Green Wolf. It turned out that when he was still in the Five Element sect, Shui Nai came to Skywolf Fort and asked about his whereabouts. Later on, Shui Nai asked Green Wolf to bring her to look for him, but it was to no avail. In the end, Qing Nu appeared and brought Shui Nai away. You said there's another young lady besides Shui Nai? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Green Wolf nodded. All right, you may leave. Since I've already killed the culprit, I won't make things difficult for you and Skywolf Fort since you and Shui Nai are related. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and said, Yes. Green Wolf replied and left. He did not dare to delay as he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret his decision and come back to kill him. After Green Wolf left, Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Zhong, the martial emperor master of the Sun family of Beiki. Master Duan. Sun Zhong bowed respectfully. As for the three people behind him, they bowed as well. In the depth of their eyes, there was a hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. If they had known that the target this time was so terrifying, they would not have come even if it meant going against the orders of the master of the Sun family. Fortunately, it seemed that this Master Duan did not intend to find trouble with them. Why are you still here? Why don't you go back to the Sun family of Beiki? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. No. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Zhong panicked. Master Duan will return to the land of Beiki now. Will return now. Master Duan, if you're free in the future, the Sun family of Beiki will definitely welcome you with open arms. After Sun Zhong finished his words, he hurriedly left with the three people behind him. They were as fast as lightning and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the lady in red were left in the sky. The lady in red was Feng Tianwu. From the beginning until the end, Feng Tianwu stood silently by Duan Lingtian's side. Her peerlessly beautiful face that was covered in frost showed signs of melting after the others left. Oh, right, there's something I almost forgot. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who had a flash of inspiration, seemed to have remembered something. In the next moment, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only Feng Tianwu standing in the same spot, waiting silently. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. Qing Lang, who was descending from the sky, had a frightened expression on his face, as expected of the person that the little grandaunt calls brother. It's only been a short time, and he already possesses such powerful strength. To be able to intimidate Sun Zhong, who's at the second level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid his current cultivation base is at least at the fourth level martial monarch stage. Qing Lang guessed. Who's there? Suddenly, Qing Lang's expression changed drastically as he seemed to have noticed something. He stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure appeared in his path. It was a purple figure. Master Duan. After taking a closer look at the person, Qing Lang heaved a sigh of relief and asked respectfully, Is there anything else? How do I get to the Blade Sect? The person who appeared in front of Qing Lang was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian chased after Qing Lang mainly because he wanted to ask Qing Lang about the Blade Sect's location. His next stop was the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect is at... Qing Lang did not dare to dawdle and immediately told Duan Lingtian the location of the Blade Sect's estate in detail. After learning the location of the Blade Sect, Duan Lingtian moved and left the place. In Qing Lang's eyes, he disappeared into thin air again. Tianwu, let's go. After Duan Lingtian returned to Feng Tianwu's side, he called out to Feng Tianwu and headed straight to the Blade Sect. Although the Skywolf Fort was quite a distance away from the Blade Sect, with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's cultivation base at the martial monarch stage, it did not take long for them to arrive in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate. Uncle Feng! Standing in the sky above the Blade Sect's estate, Duan Lingtian's voice that contained origin energy resonated in the entire Blade sex estate. At once, the entire Blade sex estate was in an uproar. "Who's that? How dare you cause such a ruckus in our Blade sect?" "Humph, there's someone who's blind enough to cause trouble in our Blade sect. I'll teach him a lesson. Let's go. We'll let him know why the flowers are so red." One by one, the Blade sect's disciples soared into the sky and headed toward the source of the voice. However, when they saw the two people in the sky above the Blade sect's estate, they could not help but be stunned. Their eyes fell on the red-clad lady. "It's Junior Sister Fong. It's really Junior Sister Fong. Junior Sister Fong is back." Many of the Blade sect's disciples recognized Fong Tianwu. Fong Tianwu was a Blade sect's disciple in the past. When she saw so many people looking at her, Fong Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in frost. She emitted a bone-chilling aura, causing the Blade sect's disciples to be stunned. "What's going on with Junior Sister Fong? Why do I feel like Junior Sister Fong has become a stranger? It must be that gigolo by her side." At once, many of the Blade sect's disciples glared at Duan Lingtian with righteous indignation. Their Junior Sister Fong was their dream lover. How could they not be angry when she was in such a state? "Brat, give me back my Junior Sister Fong." Soon after, some of the Blade sect's disciples flew out, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit and charged toward Duan Lingtian. However, before these people could even get close to Duan Lingtian, they were enveloped and suppressed by a vast, rolling flame. If the flame continued to press down on them, they would definitely die. "Tian Wu, please have mercy." At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke. The person who suppressed the group of Blade sect's disciples who were attacking Duan Lingtian was none other than Fong Tianwu. To Fong Tianwu, who only accepted Duan Lingtian after she lost her memory, Duan Lingtian was her everything. He was more important than her life. Nobody could hurt him. Whoosh! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Fong Tianwu finally withdrew the vast, rolling fire profundity. Even so, the few Blade sect's disciples were still suppressed to the point they could not breathe. At the same time, their faces were covered in dust. Since when did Junior Sister Tian Wu become so powerful? Soon after, they realized something shocking. They were all middle-aged disciples of the Blade sect. Although they knew that their Junior Sister Tian Wu was quite talented, her strength was still far from being comparable to them. However, today they were easily suppressed by this Junior Sister Tian Wu. Just when the group of Blade sect's disciples was feeling lost, a few figures came together. They were none other than the Blade sect's senior officials. The sect leaders of Saber Sect and Sword Sect were among them. Behind them, Saber 5 and Sword 13 followed like shadows. A figure that Duan Lingtian could not be more familiar with was among them as well. "Uncle Fong." Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the person behind the Blade Sect senior officials and greeted him with a smile. "Lingtian boy." The person who Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet was Fong Wu Dao, Fong Tianwu's father. At this moment, those who were familiar with Duan Lingtian in the past, whether it was Saber 5 or Sword 13, could sense Duan Lingtian's indifference toward them. It was as though he did not see them at all. Even the sect leaders of Saber Sect and Sword Sect felt a little awkward when they looked at Fong Tianwu. Previously, the martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert had visited and asked about Duan Lingtian's origin. Chapter 1120. Since they left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Fong Tianwu had been following by Duan Lingtian's side. This was something they were clearly aware of. It was precisely because of this that they betrayed Duan Lingtian, and it was equivalent to betraying Fong Tianwu as well. So when they looked at Fong Tianwu now, they felt that they were in the wrong and felt guilty in their hearts. Wu. In next to no time, Feng Wu Dao noticed Feng Tianwu as well, and he hurriedly flew over with a smile on his face. But the smile on his face quickly froze because he noticed that when Feng Tianwu looked at him, her gaze seemed to be cold, indifferent, and perplexed, and it was as if she was looking at a stranger. Kid Ling Tian, what's going on? Feng Wu Dao noticed that something was amiss, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian at the first possible moment as he asked, Uncle Feng, Tian Wu has lost her past memories. But don't worry, so long as you give me time, I'll be able to help Tian Wu recover her memories. Duan Ling Tian spoke the truth and consoled at the same time. What? Lost her memories? Why is it like this? Feng Wu Dao's expression became extremely unsightly. You're my father? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao and asked in a slightly hesitant voice, and her tone was filled with restraint. It's me. I'm your father. Feng Wu Dao hurriedly replied, and at the same time he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression. Kid Ling Tian, what exactly is going on? Why would Wu lose her memories for no reason or rhyme? Uncle Feng, this is a long story. Even though it was a long story, Duan Ling Tian still patiently explained the sequence of events to Feng Wu Dao, and he didn't hold back too much. I didn't protect Tian Wu properly. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sighed with a guilty expression. In this way, the fire spirit body in Wu's body is gone? It's no longer a threat to her? What Feng Wu Dao was most concerned about was this. His daughter's fire spirit body had always given him a headache, and now that he heard his daughter no longer possessed the fire spirit body, he couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. It was as if the heavy burden that had been on his shoulders for many years had been completely removed. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Wu can be considered to have profited from a disaster. You're not to blame for this matter. A rare smile appeared on Feng Wu Dao's face. As for Wu Er's memories, I believe you will have a way to help her recover them sooner or later. Uncle Feng, don't worry. I will definitely help Tianwu regain her memory, Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. However, how did the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces know that you're in the Dark Han dynasty? How did he know you were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Feng Wu Dao felt that this was strange. For this, I will have to properly thank these people from the Blade Sect, Duan Lingtan said with a cold smile as he looked at the group of Blade Sect senior officials, including Saber 5, Sword 13, the sect leader of Saber Sect, and the sect leader of Sword Sect. When they heard Duan Lingtan say that he managed to escape from the three martial monarch powerhouses, the Blade Sect senior officials had an expression of disbelief on their faces. In their opinion, this was something impossible. At that time, they had told the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces about Duan Lingtian's background because they were prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. This time, they were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian again. However, they thought Duan Lingtian was not in the Dark Han dynasty at that time and was not found by the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces. That was why he managed to escape by luck. However, when they heard what Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao earlier, they finally realized something. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu managed to escape by luck from the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces. Of course, they did not know how Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao managed to escape. Duan Lingtian only mentioned the most important part casually. He only said that he and Feng Tianwu managed to escape the danger, but they had to pay a huge price for it. Feng Tianwu, in particular, had lost her memory because of this. Duan Lingtian, our Blade Sect is indeed in the wrong in this matter. We can't deny this. The sect leader of Saber Sect sighed and said apologetically, however, if we don't cooperate with the martial monarch powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces, I'm afraid our Blade Sect will be wiped out. We don't have a choice. That's right, we don't have a choice. At once, Many of the Blade Sect's senior officials chimed in. We don't have a choice. The sneer on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth deepened as he glanced at the sect leader of Saber Sect, the sect leader of Sword Sect, Saber 5, and Jian Shursen. I think all of you are afraid of death, right? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sect leader of Saber Sect and the sect leader of Sword Sect's faces changed. Saber 5 and Jian Shursen, on the other hand, had a guilty and bitter smile on their faces. Duan Lingtian, don't think that you're really strong just because you're lucky to have escaped from the three great second-rate forces. This is the Blade Sect, not a place where you can act presumptuously. The sect leader of Sword Sect shouted angrily, Not a place where I can act presumptuously? I really can't see that. Duan Lingtian said in disdain, You're courting death. The sect leader of Sword Sect had a bad temper to begin with. Now that he was enraged by Duan Lingtian, he could no longer hold it in. The origin energy on his body surged as the 9th level advanced sword concept and another 9th level advanced concept followed like shadows. Whoosh! In an instant, the sect leader of Sword Sect seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword as he slashed down at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Sect leader, please have mercy. Jian Shursen's face changed drastically. He wanted to save Duan Lingtian, but it was too late. Idiot. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words slowly. He raised his hand and casually punched out to meet the sect leader of Sword Sect's attack. Boom! In an instant, a 5-colored energy burst out from Duan Lingtian's fist. It was his fused profundity. When the fused profundity surged out and clashed with the sect leader of Sword Sect's gigantic sword, it was like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the gigantic sword. The rolling fused profundity instantly drowned the gigantic sword that the sect leader of Sword Sect had transformed into, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the fused profundity that was charging out violently trembled and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian had put it away and was now able to control it freely. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Only the heavy breathing of the Blade Sect's higher-ups could be heard. Their Blade sect leader of Sword Sect was killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. You've broken through to the martial monarch stage? Very soon, the sect leader of Sword Sect regained his senses. He pointed at Duan Lingtian with a trembling hand and asked in fear, You want to try too? Duan Lingtian, who had killed the sect leader of Sword Sect with a single punch, licked his dry lips and looked at the sect leader of Sword Sect with interest. When the sect leader of Sword Sect heard this, he immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. At this moment, whether it was Feng Wu Dao, Jian Shursen, or Saber 5, all of them were looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. They did not expect Duan Lingtian's current strength to be so terrifying. He had killed the sect leader of Sword Sect, who was at the peak of the Void Realm, with a single punch. Since the Blade Sect is so heartless and unjust, there's no need for me to continue staying here. Feng Wu Dao, whose face was filled with anger, said coldly as he announced his departure from the Blade Sect. I used to be a disciple of the Blade Sect. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself before she said, Then, from this moment onward, I have nothing to do with the Blade Sect anymore. Feng Wu Dao and his daughter announced their departure from the Blade Sect, one after another. Senior, I'll remember your kindness in the past. Today, I won't make things difficult for the Blade Sect for your sake. However, since the kindness and enmity have been offset, we don't owe each other anything anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Shursen with a calm and indifferent voice. To be honest, when he found out it was the Blade Sect who had told the 3 great second-rate forces about his origin, he was really disappointed. Of course, What made him feel the most disappointed was Jian Shursan's attitude. Among the Blade sect's higher-ups, other than Feng Wu Dao who had joined the Blade sect later on, he only acknowledged Jian Shursan because Jian Shursan had saved his life twice. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving grace? However, he only wanted to cut ties with Jian Shursan now. Sigh. Jian Shursan opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he did not say anything and only sighed. Duan Lingtian, you've misunderstood my master. At this moment, a voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the appearance of a figure. The person who had arrived was a young man who was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Su Li, misunderstood. Duan Lingtian frowned. A puzzled expression could be seen on his face. Su Li nodded and explained. Actually, from the beginning to the end, Master didn't want to reveal your origin because he didn't want to harm you. However, our Swords Gate sect leader knew about your origin long ago. He ignored Master's persuasion and revealed your origin. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, Master didn't have any say in this matter, and he didn't betray you. Su Li finished speaking in one breath. I'm sorry, Senior. After Su Li finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he glanced at Jian Shursan apologetically. I'll repay Senior's kindness to me in the future. However, the prerequisite is that Senior doesn't continue to stay in this cold and indifferent Blade sect. I believe the Sword sect leader isn't the only one who made this decision. When Duan Lingtian reached this point, he began to scrutinize the Sword sect leader who seemed to have a guilty conscience, and the group of Blade sect's high-ranking officials, including Saber 5. Although the group of Blade sect's high-ranking officials were displeased when they were scrutinized by Duan Lingtian, none of them dared to show it. What a joke! Didn't they see how Duan Lingtian killed their Sword sect leader, who was at the peak of the void with just one punch? Even if they attacked together, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Su Li, this cold and indifferent Blade sect might betray you and your family at any time in the future. You come with me. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li. Trust me. If you come with me, you'll have a brighter future. Duan Lingtian. Su Li shook his head. If Master also wanted to betray you, I'd definitely leave with you now. However, Master didn't betray you, and he didn't disappoint me. Not for anything else, but for the kindness Master has shown me all these years, I still choose to stay. Chapter 11:21. I respect your choice. Senior, if you manage to leave Blade sect with Su Li one day, I'll give all of you a great fortune that you can't even imagine. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly at Su Li. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Sword 13 and said solemnly, Uncle Feng Tianwu, let's go. Then Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu before they left the sky above the Blade sect's estate together. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, the atmosphere in the sky above the Blade sect's estate became slightly oppressive. After a long time, Sect leader, I've thought about it for a while and decided to leave in the end. Sword 13 looked at the sect leader of Blade sect and bowed. From today onward, Sword 13 no longer exists in this world. Su Li, let's go. After he finished speaking, he flew away. Su Li followed closely behind. From the beginning until the end, he did not say a word and followed his master's lead. Su Li and his disciple left the Blade sect. However, they did not chase after Duan Lingtian and the other two. Instead, they left in a different direction from Duan Lingtian and the other two. Duan Lingtian and the other two headed south. They, on the other hand, were heading north. The reason Su Li's master chose to leave was not because of the great fortune that Duan Lingtian had promised him. It was because he followed his heart. After the three figures left the Blade sect, they headed south and soon entered the 10 Great Dynasties area and entered the Dark Han dynasty. Wuer's cultivation base has also broken through to the martial monarch stage. The red-robed, middle-aged man among the three looked at the red-clad girl next to him in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his opinion, this was just too unbelievable. How old was his daughter? A martial monarch powerhouse? Even he, who had a good innate talent and comprehension ability, had only barely broken through to the 8th level void transformation and comprehended the 9th level advance sword concept. Uncle Fong, although I still have a sword profundity fragment with me, I've already comprehended it. I'll bring you to a place where you can directly comprehend the sword profundity. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wudao, the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment in his hand that came from the sword monarch's treasure had helped him comprehend the sword profundity in one fell swoop. It was useless for anyone else to take it away. It was like a glass of water. Duan Lingtian drank half a cup, so there was only half a cup left. Others would need to drink a cup of water to completely quench their thirst. Even if they had the remaining half cup of water from Duan Lingtian, it would be useless. Oh! Hearing Duan Lingtian mention such a magical place, Feng Wudao's interest was immediately piqued. The place that Duan Lingtian was talking about was naturally the canyon with the word sword in the depths of the mountains where Xiong Quan's hometown was located. There was a self-proclaimed sword saint named Feng Qingyang who left behind his sword insights. It just so happened that Feng Wudao had comprehended sword concept as well, and he'd comprehended sword concept to the 9th level advanced stage. Seeing the word sword for the first time will bring great benefits. It's very easy for Uncle Feng to comprehend the sword profundity. This was something that Duan Lingtian was certain of. Just like Xiong Quan, it was also because of the first time he saw the word sword that he was able to comprehend the advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. When he saw the word sword for the first time, his sword concept had leaped from the 9th level intermediate stage to the 5th level advanced stage in one fell swoop. It was a great improvement. Feng Tianwu's improvement was even more exaggerated. Comprehending the method of creating a sword from fire would allow one to directly create a sword concept and sword profundity of the same level through fire concept and fire profundity. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was 100% sure that Feng Wudao was no exception. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu could be considered to be revisiting an old haunt when they arrived at the remote mountain range again. The gorge was still the same as before, and it was very quiet. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu entered the gorge, they weren't attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. But Feng Wudao was as expected. I've been here before. Feng Tianwu asked Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said with a smile, the reason you're able to create the sword profundity with fire concept is because you've seen the word sword. Feng Tianwu looked at the word sword when she heard this, and she said with a puzzled expression, I feel that it seems to contain many obscure and difficult to understand information. But why would I? Why would he be like that? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao, who was stunned, and asked curiously. She originally wanted to say, my father, but she didn't say it in the end. Duan Lingtian heard Feng Tianwu's timely change of words, but he didn't mind it. Everything required time, and Tianwu similarly needed time to accept this father. It's his first time here. At that time, it was similar to when we first came here. Duan Lingtian smiled as he recalled the scene when Xiong Quan brought him here for the first time. He still remembered. At that time, Xiong Quan's time of concentration was the shortest, followed by Feng Tianwu and then him. His time of concentration was the longest. I wonder how long Uncle Feng will be able to maintain this concentration. Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Wudao and guessed in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. Let's wait for Uncle Feng to wake up first. Tianwu, we've more or less comprehended and consumed some of the sword Dao comprehensions we absorbed and stored from the word sword. We're about to leave the outer land, so we can absorb as much as possible and store it so that we can slowly comprehend it in the future. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, she began to absorb the sword Dao comprehensions in the word sword. The obscure information was stored in her mind one by one. Time passed by quietly. After spending 10 days, Duan Lingtian felt he could no longer absorb the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword. For this reason, he did not continue. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Tianwu was still absorbing the information. It seems like Tianwu has comprehended and consumed a lot of the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword in her mind when she improved her sword profundity. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was precisely because of this that Tianwu needed to absorb more. After shaking his head, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at a low altitude and began to cultivate 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not forget to pay attention to his surroundings. His spiritual energy was constantly extended as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He did not miss a single corner. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu had also stopped absorbing and storing the sword Dao comprehensions contained in the word sword. When she woke up and saw Duan Lingtian cultivating, she did not disturb Duan Lingtian. Instead, she sat cross-legged at a low altitude and continued to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura surging towards him. He was instantly jolted awake. Uncle Feng, have you comprehended the sword profundity? After being jolted awake, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao immediately. He could feel the fierce aura that extended from Feng Wu Dao's body earlier was the aura of the sword profundity. I just woke up as well. I feel like there's a change. Feng Wu Dao had just woken up, and there was still a hint of confusion on his face. Give it a try. Duan Lingtian smiled. All right. Feng Wu Dao nodded. With a raise of his hand, his origin energy condensed into a sword before it flashed out. In an instant, a fierce sword energy flashed and emitted a wave of terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the airflow in the air flashed and set off a wave of slight air explosions. As the air explosions resounded, airwaves flashed and a wave of violent wind spread out and raged through the entire gorge. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu, who was cultivating cross-legged at a low altitude, was jolted awake. She just happened to see the scene of Feng Wu Dao testing the sword profundity. Whoosh! As Feng Wu Dao's sword flashed out, the heaven and earth phenomenon that corresponded to his cultivation base first appeared in the sky above his head. After that, the heaven and earth phenomenon that corresponded to the sword profundity began to flash. 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The sword profundity was comparable to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Second level monarch stage, sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Second level monarch stage, sword profundity. Until now, Feng Wu Dao still had not returned to his senses. He recalled his earlier experience. He had only taken a glance at the word sword on the mountain wall, and his mind was subconsciously immersed in it. It seemed like a long time had passed before he finally regained his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, his 9th level advanced sword concept transformed into the 2nd level monarch stage, sword profundity. It skipped the 1st level monarch stage, sword profundity, and skipped an entire level. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Feng Wu Dao's face was filled with shock as he took a deep breath. What exactly is that word sword? Why is it so magical? Feng Wu Dao was shocked for a long time before he finally calmed down and asked curiously. It was left behind by a guy who called himself the Sword Saint. Uncle Feng, you can go there and have a look. There's a paragraph of words left behind by the person who left the word sword. Duan Lingtian instructed Feng Wu Dao to look at the message left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. After Feng Wu Dao read it, he could not help but feel shocked. He felt like a mysterious door was slowly opening before him. He wanted to enter it, but he was still far from it. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to let Feng Wu Dao absorb and store the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, before heading to the inner land with him and Tianwu. However, Feng Wu Dao rejected it. With my current strength, I won't be of any help even if I follow you. Instead, I'll be a burden. I won't go with you. This place is not bad. I want to stay here and study the word sword. Feng Wu Dao said. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Feng Wu Dao. However, Feng Wu Dao remained unmoved. Duan Lingtian could only respect his decision. Since that's the case, I'll introduce someone to you, Uncle Feng. While respecting Feng Wu Dao's decision, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Xiong village and brought Heir Hu over to introduce him to Feng Wu Dao. After everything was ready, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu left the gorge together. They left the Dark Han dynasty and headed north. Now a few months have passed. I think Xiong Quan should have made a breakthrough. Chapter 11:22. After leaving the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu returned to the northern Mountainland and the Lu clan. He hasn't made a breakthrough yet. When they returned to their own residence, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy into Xiong Quan's room and immediately probed Xiong Quan's condition. Xiong Quan was currently at the final juncture of breaking through to the martial monarch stage. With the help of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, Xiong Quan should be able to complete the breakthrough in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian realized he still had to wait for a few more days. He could not help but look at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, go back to your room and rest for a few days. We'll depart after Xiong Quan has made a breakthrough. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. She flew down and landed in her room. When she faced the group of maids in the residence, her face was covered with a layer of frost. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at bay for thousands of miles. Miss Tianwu. However, when the group of maids greeted her respectfully, they did not find it strange at all. After Tianwu returned to her room, Duan Lingtian went to look for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and told him he was leaving. Elder Duan, why you're leaving? Although Lu Rui had long guessed that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later, and it was impossible for him to stay in a small place like the Lu clan forever, he did not expect this day to come so soon. He was at a loss for what to do. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded before he said solemnly, Clan leader, I'm indebted to you, the former clan leader, and the elders for taking care of me during my time in the Lu clan. I'll stay for a few more days. During these few days, I'll refine some grade 1 pills and grade 1 spirit weapons for the clan. You're too kind, Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly replied politely when he heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. However, his eyes lit up when he heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. Elder Duan, can I continue to watch while you refine the pills? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said at the same time, call those grade 2 alchemist masters and elders as well. If my medicine refinement process can benefit all of you, consider it as my gift to the clan before I leave. Thank you, Elder Duan. I'll go prepare the medicinal herbs and refining materials now. Lu left with an excited expression on his face. Duan Lingtian sat sad in the main hall and waited quietly. Of course, while he was waiting, he did not stay idle, and 3 nature concept fragments appeared in his hand. He comprehended the fused profundity, while he comprehended the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind. Origin energy rumbled in his body as it circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the ninth form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill followed him like a shadow. In the past few months, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately cultivate, so he did not break through the bottleneck to the second level martial monarch stage. Boom, boom, boom. Currently, the bottleneck that was hit by the origin energy from the rebirth pill was on the verge of collapsing. If I continue to cultivate like this, it won't take long for me to break through to the second level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. However, it was obviously impossible for him to continue cultivating like this. This was because Lu Rue soon returned with a pile of materials. A few of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist masters returned with him. After Lu Rue and the few grade 2 alchemist masters greeted Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian began to refine the pills. Qi, the dark golden pill fire flickered and merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It merged perfectly with the pile of materials. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved rapidly. Lu Rue and the others were mesmerized by his mysterious refining technique. For a day and a night, Duan Lingtian did not rest at all. He refined the pills seriously. This was the gift he had left for the Lu clan before he left. He had put a lot of effort into refining them, other than the astounding success rate of 100%. The purity of each of the grade 1 pills was infinitely close to the perfect 99%. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian stopped refining. Seeing that Lu Rue and the others had no intention of returning to their senses, Duan Lingtian left the pills and returned to the mansion he used to live in. After he returned, he refined a few grade 1 spirit weapons with the materials Lu Rue gave him. After Xiong Quan had broken through to the martial monarch stage, he passed the grade 1 spirit weapons to Lu Rue. At this time, 5 days had passed. Whoosh! The origin energy in Lu Rue's hand rolled and merged with the spirit weapons in his hand. A more powerful and terrifying energy surged and emitted waves of terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon flashed. First, 2,000 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared. Then, 1,800 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared. They were so lifelike that it was visually stunning. S increased by 90%. Lu Rue narrowed his eyes. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. In fact, an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon would be considered good if it could increase by 88%. However, the one in his hand could increase by 90%. It could be considered as the best of the best. Elder Duan, the other grade 1 spirit weapons. After a while, Lu Rue regained his senses and looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader of the trio. It's the same for the other grade 1 spirit weapons as well. They provide a 90% boost. The purple-clad young man interrupted Lu Rue before he could finish his sentence. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. As for the 2 people next to him, they were Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan. Clan leader, please send my regards to the former clan leader and the 3 guardian elders. It's time for us to leave. Before Lu Rue regained his senses, Duan Lingtian greeted him and turned around to leave. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. Elder Duan. When Lu Rue regained his senses, he realized that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 had already disappeared from his sight. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. I wonder if I'll be able to see Elder Duan again in the future. Lu Rue sighed. I only hope that when Elder Duan becomes the Emperor Wu powerhouse and stands at the peak of Cloud Continent again, he'll still remember the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. Lu Rue prayed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 left the Lu clan, they headed north. Their destination was the Ruo Shui riverside. If they wanted to cross the Ruo Shui River, they would first have to arrive at the riverside. Then they would have to take the swift boat from there and cross the Ruo Shui River to reach the inner land. Although it was not impossible for Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan to cross the Ruo Shui River with their bodies with their strength, it was still risky. It's fine if I encounter the whirlpool in the Ruo Shui River, but Tianwu and Xiong Quan will be in danger. At that time, I'll only be able to save one of them at most. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to take the swift boat to the inner land, even though the cost of the swift boat was extremely high. During the journey, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He introduced the Ruo Shui River to Feng, Tianwu, and Xiong Quan. That Ruo Shui River, even a martial monarch would die if they were swallowed by it. Xiong Quan's eyes widened when he heard how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. His face was filled with shock. It was hard for him to imagine. It was just a river, but it was so terrifying today. What? Do you still want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiong Quan immediately shook his head when he heard this. He did not want to throw his life away. Naturally, he believed Duan Lingtian's words without a doubt. The reason he questioned him earlier was because he found it unbelievable and hard to imagine. Feng Tianwu's expression did not change when she heard how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. However, fear could be seen in the depth of her beautiful eyes. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian and the other two could see the horizon in the distance. Young master, is that the Ruo Shui River? Xiong Quan asked curiously as he stared at the sea level that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was tense, as though he was distracted by something else. Soon after, a vast river that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before Duan Lingtian and the other two's eyes. It was extremely quiet, and there were no splashes at all. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was flying forward, trembled violently. He came to a halt in the air, and his expression turned extremely solemn. Feng Tianwu also stopped when she saw Duan Lingtian coming to a halt all of a sudden. Xiong Quan, who had flown past them, immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian and asked in confusion, "Young master, what's wrong?" However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Xiong Quan. He closed his eyes and stood there quietly. 15 minutes later, boom! Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently, and the purple robe on his body fluttered. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that had fused with the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy finally broke through the bottleneck to the second-level martial monarch stage and flew past it. The origin energy that had broken through the bottleneck underwent an earth-shattering transformation in the blink of an eye. Second-level martial monarch stage. Right now, Duan Lingtian had broken through to the second-level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. His strength had increased tremendously, and it had increased by a total of 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Coupled with the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it had increased by a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Right now, I should be invincible under the 7th level martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like two dazzling stars twinkling in the night sky. Let's go! When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he saw Xiong Quan, who was looking at him worriedly, and Feng Tianwu, who was looking at him thoughtfully. He smiled and greeted them. The three of them immediately continued to head to the Ruo Shui riverside. They could vaguely see many people waiting there in the distance. "Brother, are the three of you here to take the swift boat? Our Yin-Yang sect's swift boat will only cost 20 upper-grade origin stones per person if you want to buy a boarding pass now." Chapter 11:23. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian was the leader of the trio with just a glance at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, this middle-aged man who claimed to be selling boarding tokens with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand took a fancy to him immediately and tried to sell him the boarding token. Boarding token? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the token in the middle-aged man's hand nonchalantly before asking, "I can board the Inyang Sek's swift boat with this." That's right. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded happily as though he could already see a big fish about to take the bait. "I heard that one person has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones to board the Inyang Sek's swift boat from the Roshui River to the inner land. Why is it only 20 high-grade origin stones for one person when it's yours?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with interest and asked, "It's pre-sold now, so it's cheaper." The middle-aged man's smile did not change as he said unhurriedly, "Buying now is cheaper than buying when the swift boat arrives. One person can save 10 high-grade origin stones. I only have 3 left in my hand now, and it just so happens that there are 3 of you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get this opportunity again." The middle-aged man reminded as he reached the end of his sentence. "They're all buying?" Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people nearby and asked curiously. "Of course." The middle-aged man nodded immediately. "Brother, he's not selling any boarding token at all. He's specifically here to cheat high-grade origin stones. Don't believe him." Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian lifted his head immediately and saw a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance nodding at him. Then he hurriedly turned his head away. It was as though he was worried about something. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an idea in his heart. "So, have you thought about it?" The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. In his opinion, if there were no accidents, this deal would definitely work. "How many upper-grade primordial stones can you cheat in a day?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. The middle-aged man never thought that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a sentence. His expression instantly changed and became extremely unsightly. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian's face sank completely. What did he see? Just now, the honest middle-aged man who had kindly warned him was killed by a middle-aged man in gray with a single palm strike. The rolling power drowned the honest middle-aged man. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's corpse fell to the ground. "Mind your own business," the gray-clad middle-aged man said coldly. At the same time, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards the honest middle-aged man's corpse and took his spatial ring. In the next moment, he moved again and landed steadily beside the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian. "Boy, you'd better not learn from him." The gray-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian. His cold eyes flashed, revealing a terrifying killing intent. When the honest middle-aged man was killed, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were only a few people in the crowd. Although there were many people present, only a few of them turned around to take a look. Subsequently, all of them turned their heads back one by one and ignored it. It was as though they had never seen it. Since it was none of their business, they ignored it. At this moment, the coldness of people's hearts could be seen clearly. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that most of these people did not want to get into trouble. He can be considered as my benefactor. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and looked at the gray-clad middle-aged man as he said calmly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the 2 people in front of him were in cahoots. "Benefactor?" The gray-clad middle-aged man smiled brightly and evilly. "Do you know how many nosy idiots die here every day? Benefactor, I advise you to be like them and wait for the Inyang Sek's swift boat to arrive. The them he was referring to was the group of people waiting for the swift boat. As for the other things, just pretend you didn't see anything. After he finished speaking, the gray-clad, middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him who was trying to sell the boarding order to Duan Lingtian. What bad luck. Let's wait for the next target. All right. The latter nodded and glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other too coldly before flying away to wait for the next target. As for the gray-clad, middle-aged man, he turned around and prepared to return to the crowd to continue monitoring the people who dared to ruin his companion's plans. He would kill whoever dared to ruin his companion's plans. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Accompanying this cold snort was the sound of a sword whistling in the air. As soon as the sword whistling sounded, it stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. However, there was a bloody hole at the back of the gray-clad, middle-aged man's neck. It was a hideous bloody hole that kept spurting out blood. He was killed instantly. The moment the gray-clad, middle-aged man's body fell from the sky, a ghostly purple figure appeared next to him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took off the gray-clad, middle-aged man's spatial ring and put it away. You dared to kill him. At this moment, the middle-aged man who wanted to trick Duan Lingtian into buying a fake boarding order turned around and saw Duan Lingtian standing there while his companion's body fell from the sky. The first thought that popped into his mind was that this purple-clad young man before him had killed his companion. What? You want to avenge him? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he lifted his head and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard this, but he did not dare to make a move. Although he and the gray-clad, middle-aged man belonged to the same organization, the gray-clad, middle-aged man was much more powerful than him. He had already entered the 7th level void transformation stage. If he could even kill a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist, why would he be afraid of a mere 6th level void transformation stage martial artist? You're dead. The middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian and gritted his teeth. Do you know who we are? Do you know why they don't dare to offend us? The middle-aged man glanced at the group of people who had their backs facing him when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, many people turned around to watch the show. When they saw the gray-clad middle-aged man was killed by Duan Lingtian, all of them were shocked. Someone actually dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. Many people were surprised. He even dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. This young man is dead. Many people sighed. However, he's really strong. That person from the gold-devouring organization was a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist, but he was killed by him. So what if he's killed? He won't be able to escape death when the powerhouses from the gold-devouring organization arrive. That's right. The leader of the gold-devouring organization is at the martial monarch stage. He even has 10 great guardians under him. All of them are powerhouses at the peak of the void stage. I'm afraid this young man is going to be in trouble. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Lingtian would have a good ending. Gold-devouring organization? Martial monarch? Duan Lingtian clearly heard the words of the surrounding people, but he did not take them seriously at all. He was not afraid of anyone as long as they were not at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Even if it was a 6th level martial monarch stage powerhouse, he was confident he could kill him in one hit. This was Duan Lingtian's confidence. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling coming from all directions in the sky. It was the sound of figures hiding in the clouds. They're from the gold-devouring organization as well. Duan Lingtian began to speculate. Little brother, hurry up and run. At this moment, an old man's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and advised him, You can't afford to offend the gold-devouring organization. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Soon he noticed an old figure in the crowd. It was a kind-looking old man who reminded him out of kindness. Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly detected the old man's cultivation base. 9th level void transformation stage. He was much stronger than the gray-clad, middle-aged man. Gold-devouring organization? With the previous example, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stare at the old man directly. He was afraid the old man would be in trouble because of him. However, he could not help but ask curiously, "What organization is that?" The gold-devouring organization is an organization that specializes in cheating origin stones from martial artists at the Rua Shui Riverside. They don't dare to kill martial artists who come here, but they'll use other methods to cheat origin stones from martial artists. The old man continued to speak through voice transmission. They don't dare to kill martial artists here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Why? He had such a question in his heart since a long time ago. The gray-clad middle-aged man and the middle-aged man who intended to cheat him into buying a fake boarding token had extraordinary strength. Logically speaking, they could have killed many martial artists present and snatched more origin stones. However, they did not do that. Not only that, after they knew he had understood everything and could not deceive him anymore, they did not bother him anymore. They only killed the person who tipped him off. From the beginning until the end, they did not intend to touch him at all. Now that he heard the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally realized that they did not dare to do that because they had their own concerns. As for what concerns, Duan Lingtian really wanted to know. Little brother, since you're able to come here, you should know that this is the place where the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat picks up people to head to the inner land. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. The Yin-Yang sect's swift boat will come here every once in a while to pick up people who want to head to the inner land. Every person who boards the swift boat has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones. The old man continued to speak. This is the Yin-Yang sect's way of earning and collecting origin stones here. If the gold-devouring organization's people kill people here, it's no different from cutting off the Yin-Yang sect's source of income. Chapter 11:24. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. No wonder the other party did not dare to kill anyone to obtain more origin stones. It turned out that they were afraid of offending the Yin-Yang sect. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, the Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land. It would be easy for them to destroy the gold-devouring organization. However, once the Yin-Yang sect made their move, the gold-devouring organization would not be able to escape, even if they wanted to. Little brother, it's better for you to leave now. Apart from the person you killed and the person who lied to you, there are still many people from the gold-devouring organization hiding in the dark. They must be informing the others now. The old man advised Duan Lingtian as he said, the gold-devouring organization's base is nearby. It won't be long before 1 or 2 of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization arrive. They're at the peak of the void after all. Thank you for the reminder. However, I still want to stay and join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not take it to heart. Peak of the void? Join in the fun? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's mouth twitched before he shook his head. It seemed like he had wasted his breath. However, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian anymore. He had done everything he could. The rest was not something he could control. Just like what the old man had said, it did not take long. About half an hour later, 3 swift sounds of wind whistling came from the distant sky. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the Rua Shui Riverside. These 3 old men were old, but they were spirited. It was obvious that their cultivation base was extraordinary. Greetings, guardians. When the 3 old men appeared, The middle-aged man who had failed to deceive Duan Lingtian with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand hurriedly bowed to them. His tone was filled with humility. 3 guardians. When the 3 old men appeared and the middle-aged man addressed them respectfully, everyone's expression turned solemn. The gold-devouring organization only had a total of 10 guardians. Why did 3 of them suddenly appear? Those who had not turned around to join in the fun earlier also turned around one by one. They followed the gazes of the majority and looked at the 3 old men who had just arrived. Who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? One of the old men asked in a deep voice. Guardian Lu, it's him. It's him. The middle-aged man immediately pointed at Duan Lingtian and roared hysterically. It's you who killed the people of the gold-devouring organization? The old man's sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and ignored him. It was as if he had completely ignored him, let alone answered him. Guardian Lu, look at how arrogant he is. He actually dares to ignore you in front of you. The middle-aged man stood at the side and added fuel to the fire, hoping that the world would be in chaos. The old man's expression was extremely ugly, but he was not impulsive enough to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He continued to ask in a deep voice, Sir, what is your background? He's just a nobody. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He had a casual expression on his face as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. A nobody? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man was stunned, but he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. A nobody who dared to kill the people of the gold-devouring organization? A nobody who dared to ignore him? Sir, the gold-devouring organization is a consensual business. No matter who it is, as long as they're not willing, we won't force them. Don't you think you've crossed the line by killing our people? Another old man stared at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly. Consensual. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Isn't that the case? The last old man scoffed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was about to devour him. If we don't consider the despicable actions of the gold-devouring organization, you're right. Duan Lingtian nodded and said meaningfully, If that's the case, why did you kill our people? Do you think the gold-devouring organization is a pushover? The old man asked in a deep voice. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. When I killed him, I didn't know what the gold-devouring organization was at all. Are you satisfied with this answer? Duan Lingtian replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing as he stared deeply at the old man. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's casual attitude completely enraged the 3 old men. After the 3 old men looked at each other, they shouted in unison. At the same time, the origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as their bodies flashed. It was as though they had transformed into 3 swift lightning bolts that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. The moment the 3 of them made their move, they used all their strength to attack Duan Lingtian's vital points. It was obvious they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. Duan Lingtian stood there quietly in the face of the 3 men's attacks. He did not make any move at all. His expression was still calm, and there was no sign of panic at all. Is he scared out of his wits? This was what most of the onlookers thought. Sigh. The old man who had warned Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but sigh when he saw the scene before his eyes. If this young man had listened to him and left this place, how would he have ended up in such a state? However, in the next moment, the old man's eyes narrowed abruptly as though he had seen something unbelievable. A hint of horror could be vaguely seen on his face. Humph. A cold snort reverberated in the air like a clap of thunder. It shocked many of the onlookers, causing their blood to boil. Whoosh! At the same time, most of the onlookers only heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. In the next moment, They saw a neat sword mark on the throats of the three old men who had charged toward the purple-clad young man in a menacing manner. It was as though they had been slashed by a sword. The three neat sword marks continued to expand as dazzling blood spurted out. The three old men's eyes finally dimmed as they lost control of their bodies and were sent flying by inertia. They continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian, whoosh. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as though he could predict the future. Then he raised the sword in his hand and waved it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of deafening, sword whistling sounds reverberated in the air. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the bodies of the three old men were enveloped by the crisscrossing sword radiance. It was as though they had been engulfed by a sword net and had nowhere to escape to. In the next moment, the three old men disappeared and only blood was left in the air. Boom! Right at this moment, at the same time that the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in the hand of the figure that appeared before Duan Lingtian collapsed, he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed out a punch that descended into the air. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air as waves of invisible air waves surged out. The air waves swept out and set off gusts of wind, blowing away the blood that had splattered all over the sky. Not only did the blood not stain Duan Lingtian's body, but it also did not stain the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Silence. The scene was dead silent. At the same time, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, they were looking at the figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian. From the moment this person made his move until now, he was as fast as lightning. He did not even have the time to stir the heaven and earth energy, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. 3 pieces of trash dare to attack my young master? You're seeking death. Judging by the voice, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Xiong Quan. Apart from his cultivation base, breaking through to the first-level martial monarch stage, Xiong Quan had also further comprehended the sword Dao in the word sword, left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Currently, he had already comprehended the third-level monarch stage, sword profundity. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill 3 martial artists at the peak of the void who had not even broken through to the martial monarch stage. In fact, he had indeed done it. He had killed the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization in just one move. There were a total of 10 guardians in the gold-devouring organization. All of them were martial artists at the peak of the void. Naturally, these 3 people were no exception. From the moment he made his move until the moment he killed the 3 people, not only did Xiong Quan not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather the heaven and earth phenomenon, but even the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization did not have the time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. Xiong Quan's speed was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. A martial monarch powerhouse. Soon after, some people reacted and exclaimed in surprise. At once, Xiong Quan became the center of attention. However, soon after, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian without exception. This was because they recalled what Xiong Quan had said earlier. This martial monarch powerhouse addressed this purple-clad young man as young master. Oh my God, a martial monarch powerhouse as his follower. Who's this purple-clad young man? If I'm not mistaken, his background is definitely at the level of a first-rate force. Many people began to discuss among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the way they looked at him was completely different. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had become extremely mysterious in their eyes. As for Duan Lingtian's previous actions, they no longer thought much of it. Run. The moment the middle-aged man who had deceived Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people regained his senses, he did not dare to delay any longer. With a flash of his body, he quickly fled in a hurry. At this moment, he only hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. If that was the case, he might still be able to survive. However, would he be able to escape? The answer was no. Trying to escape? Whoosh! As Xiong Quan raised his hand, a consolidated sword ray swept past and pierced through the back of the middle-aged man who was fleeing. It easily killed him. Xiong Quan, you've actually comprehended the third-level sword profundity. This time, Duan Lingtian could finally see the extraordinariness of the sword profundity that emanated from Xiong Quan's origin energy. He could not help but ask in surprise, "When did you comprehend it?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Xiong Quan chuckled. "I just comprehended it a while ago." While Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were chatting, the way the people looked at Duan Lingtian changed constantly. Most of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. "The 3 guardians are dead. Return and report to the leader. There's a martial monarch powerhouse." Chapter 11:25. The gold-devouring organization's lair was located in the mountains not far from the Rua Shui riverside. "Leader!" A shout from the sky broke the tranquility of the mountain range. A swift figure appeared along with the shout. A few moments later, a person rose into the air and blocked the person's path. "Why are you in such a panic?" "Guardian Tian." The person who had rushed back saw the person and greeted him respectfully. He said in horror, "Guardian Lu." "Guardian Lu and the others have been killed." "What?" The person who rose into the air was an old man. Horror dawned on his face when he heard the person's words. "How did Guardian Lu and the others die? Didn't they go to deal with the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization?" "Yes. However, Protector Liu and the other 2 protectors were killed by that person's followers." The man said with a bitter face. "Follower? Are you sure?" The old man's face darkened. He was one of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization. All of them were at the peak of the void. All of them were 9th-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended at least 2 9th-level void transformation concepts. However, Guardian Liu and the other 2 who were on par with him were killed. Moreover, they were killed by the follower of the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? Yes. The person nodded with certainty. That person's follower must be at the martial monarch stage at the very least if he can kill Guardian Liu and the other 2. A martial monarch stage follower? We'll have to find the leader to make a decision on this matter. The old man took a deep breath and ignored the person. Then he shot into the mountains as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Within the mountain range, in an extremely remote area, there stood a number of independent buildings. Although these buildings stood in the mountains with complicated terrain, they were very particular. "Lord Leader." A few moments later, the old man arrived in front of the largest building and greeted respectfully. Whoosh! Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of the building out of thin air and asked calmly, "Guardian Tian, what's the matter?" "Lord Leader, Guardian Liu, and the others are all dead." Protector Tian smiled bitterly. The person whom Guardian Tian addressed as Lord Chief was naturally the leader of the gold-devouring organization. He was an old man with long gray hair and a large mole on his chin. His face darkened when he heard Guardian Tian's words. "It seems that the other party is more difficult to deal with than we thought." Indeed. The bitter smile on Enforcer Tian's face became even more pronounced. "I heard from the messenger that the other party didn't make a move from beginning to end. The one who made a move was only one of his followers." Follower. The eyes of the leader of the gold-devouring organization narrowed. "You mean that person's followers are all at the martial monarch stage? Are you sure? Only a martial emperor could kill his 3 great protectors." "That's what the messenger said." Protector Tian nodded. "How is this possible?" The leader of the gold-swallowing organization narrowed his eyes again and muttered, "His followers are all martial emperors. That person, are you the leader of the gold-swallowing organization?" Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could finish his words, he was interrupted by a calm voice. The voice came from the sky, causing the leader of the gold-swallowing organization to raise his head hurriedly. Only then did he notice. He did not know when, but 4 figures had appeared in the sky above him. He recognized one of the people who was being held hostage. He was the person from the gold-swallowing organization who was in charge of monitoring the Rua Shui riverside. The other 3 people were a purple-clad young man and a red-clad woman. The 2 of them stood side by side in front. Behind the 2 of them was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man who could not be identified in a crowd. It was as though he was their shadow. "Lord Leader, help." At this moment, the person from the gold-swallowing organization who brought the 3 people to the nest flew down and dashed toward the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. It was as though he was seeking protection. "You betrayed the organization. Die!" Guardian Tian shouted from the side. With a lift of his hand, he killed the person with a palm strike. Whoosh! 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 The commotion was huge. After a while, many people rushed over. They were the people who stayed in the gold-swallowing organization's nest. Among them, the first to arrive were 6 old men. "Lord Leader." After the 6 old men arrived, they bowed respectfully at the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. After a while, one of the old men looked at the 3 people who were hovering in the air and said coldly, "Where did this brat come from? How dare he trespass into the gold-swallowing organization?" Xiong Quan, the purple-clad young man among the 3, spoke indifferently when he heard the old man's shout. "Sir," the leader of the gold-swallowing organization's expression changed. However, origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a dark blue energy. It was obvious that he had fused the water profundity. Around the dark blue energy, there seemed to be strands of purple lightning and green astral winds mixed together, 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could even speak, Xiong Quan had already made his move. A sword with light swirling around it appeared in Xiong Quan's hand out of thin air as he dove down. Other than the leader of the gold-swallowing organization, the other 7 guardians could not see Xiong Quan's movements clearly. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. Sword rays that looked like a sword net fell from the sky and shrouded the 8 people, including the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. "Run!" The leader of the gold-swallowing organization shouted as a thick and broad saber appeared in his hand. He moved with the saber as he charged toward Xiong Quan. At the same time, he did not forget to warn the other 7 people. The other 7 people felt that something was amiss when Xiong Quan disappeared before their eyes. Hearing the whistling sounds of swords falling from the sky, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The chill rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their heads. When they heard the leader's warning, horror dawned on the 7 of them as they fled in all directions. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of dark blue saber rays that were intertwined with purple lightning and green wind rose into the sky. They emitted a sharp aura as though they could tear the air apart. In just a few moments, they collided with the sword rays that filled the sky. The sword net that was intertwined with the sword rays covered the sky and shrouded the dark blue saber rays like a fishing net with a fish in it. Boom! 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 Loud noises reverberated in the air one after another. The sword net was suppressing the dark blue saber rays. In just a few moments, the saber rays were completely suppressed. In this wave of impact, only a layer of the sword net was removed. The remaining power did not diminish as it continued to fall. Swoosh! Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Wherever the sword rays passed, other than the leader of the gold-devouring organization and the 3 guardians who managed to retreat in time, the other 4 people's bodies were separated and scattered on the ground. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, more people from the gold-devouring organization arrived one after another. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. As their expressions changed, they looked at the middle-aged man who was standing in the air with fear in their eyes. It was this man who had single-handedly suppressed their leader and 7 guardians and killed 4 of them. Soon, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Young master. This was because they saw that the middle-aged man with peerless divine might in their eyes, after suppressing their leader and the 7 protectors, stop and stand there. He looked respectfully at the purple-clothed young man, as if he was waiting for his next instruction. The middle-aged man's respectful greeting to the purple-clad young man sent chills down everyone's spines. Even someone as powerful as the middle-aged man had to address the purple-clad young man as young master. Who exactly was this purple-clad young man? Buzz. At this moment, a piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. It was the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had attacked the purple-clad young man when the middle-aged man turned around to look at him. The azure saber ray that was entwined with purple lightning and green wind swept toward the middle-aged man menacingly. It was so fast that the middle-aged man's expression changed. He did not have time to react. His strength was not much stronger than the leader of the gold-devouring organization. Now that he was caught off guard, it was difficult for him to deal with the attack. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, just as the saber ray was about to land on Xiong Quan, a figure appeared out of thin air. He helped Xiong Quan block the saber ray. Buzz! The saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived. Boom! 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 When the saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived, it seemed to have collided with an immovable object. A deafening sound rang out. The airwaves rolled, and a strong wind swept out, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to sway. The robes of the people present also fluttered in the wind, making flapping noises. Impossible. Soon after, the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had launched the sneak attack was the first to react. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes widened. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. In the distance, as the saber ray dissipated, a purple figure was revealed. The purple-clad young man stood there. A 5-colored divine dragon could be vaguely seen moving around him. As the saber ray disappeared, its speed slowed down as well, revealing itself to everyone. Wherever the 5-colored divine dragon passed, it formed a layer of protective shield that protected the purple-clad young man. 9 dragons' protection. The purple-clad young man's identity was obvious. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. Only the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated had a defensive martial skill like the 9 dragons' protection. Although it was only at the rudimentary stage, it was enough to block the attack of an ordinary martial monarch stage martial artist. Leave no one alive. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His voice was soft and emotionless. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Xiong Quan, who was already furious and ready to attack, made his move. Everyone, including the leader of the gold-devouring organization, was horrified. They turned around and tried to escape. However, would they be able to escape? A moment later, the leader of the gold-devouring organization, who had lost his will to fight after witnessing how terrifying Duan Lingtian was killed by Xiong Quan. The others were no exception. This gold-devouring organization has been accumulating wealth at the Ruo Shui riverside for many years. I think they must have accumulated a lot of origin stones. Chapter 11:26. After obtaining the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian could not wait to perform the blood ownership claim on it. After the blood ownership claim, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he looked inside. There must be at least 3,000 high-grade origin stones in there, right? More than 3,000 high-grade origin stones. In fact, the martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert only had a few hundred high-grade origin stones with them. It was incomparable to 3,000 high-grade origin stones. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring in his hand, he proceeded to put away the spatial rings of the other 7 gold-devouring organization's guardians. In addition to the spatial rings of the 3 gold-devouring organization's guardians, there were more than 500 high-grade origin stones in there. There were about 500 upper-grade primordial stones in the 10 storage rings. Although it was far from the wealth of the leader of the gold-devouring organization, it was not bad either. Currently, all the high-grade origin stones in my hands add up to around 4,000 pieces. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, origin stones were the most widely used currency on Cloud Continent. They were extremely useful. They could be used to assist one's cultivation, inscribe inscriptions, or even set up inscription formations. Unless it's a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan and the Northern Mountains O clan that has been around for 10,000 years, ordinary second-rate forces might not have as many high-grade origin stones as I have now, even if they put all their high-grade origin stones together. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. The gold-devouring organization must have been cheating high-grade origin stones at the Ruo Shui riverside for quite some time now. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to gather so many high-grade origin stones. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out many things. No matter what, I've gained quite a lot this time. Duan Lingtian had a bright smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at Xiongquan next to him. Xiongquan, take the rest of their spatial rings. See if there's anything worth taking. Yes. Xiongquan responded respectfully and proceeded to get busy. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand again and took out the profundity fragment from the gold-devouring organization's leader's body. It was a first-level monarch stage water profundity fragment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at the distant horizon and frowned. Who is it? Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the clouds in the sky shook, and a pitch-black bird flapped its wings and flew out. In the blink of an eye, it fled to the other side and disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the bird. He was still staring at the clouds in the sky. There was someone there. However, the bird earlier was just a smokescreen that the other party had purposely released in order to get away with it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. Whoosh! As soon as he appeared, Duan Lingtian saw an old man hiding behind the clouds. The old man shook his hand and a stream of light shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. A communication jade slip was a type of jade slip that was inscribed with a large number of inscriptions and inscription formations. It could record and transmit information to others. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved and chased in the direction where the communication jade slip left. However, he could not even see the shadow of the communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately. He knew that it was impossible for him to catch up and intercept the communication jade slip now. At this moment, he had no choice but to return. When he returned, the old man had already disappeared. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered and moved again. In just a blink of an eye, he blocked the old man's path. You're just a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and you're trying to escape from me? Duan Lingtian stopped the old man and looked at him with disdain. Who the hell are you? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You won't kill me if I tell you? The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear lingering in his heart as he asked, That depends on whether your answer satisfies me or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, I'm from the Yin-Yang sect. The old man took a deep breath and said, Yin-Yang sect. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and sized the old man up. Are you sure you're from the Yin-Yang sect? Let me tell you, someone pretended to be from the Yin-Yang sect just now. Do you know what happened to him? I saw it. He's dead, the old man said. It seems like you followed us all the way here from the Ruoshui riverside. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes gleamed fiercely. Yes, the old man did not deny it. Since you're from the Yin-Yang sect, then let me ask you, do you know that there are 2 female disciples in the Yin peak of the Yin-Yang sect called Li Fei and Ker? Duan Lingtian stared at the old man and asked calmly, You know about the 2 direct disciples of the vice peak master of Yin peak of the Yin-Yang sect? The old man was surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Vice peak master of Yin peak? Direct disciples? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He could vaguely guess that the vice peak master of Yin peak must be the sister that Qin Xiang, the peak master of Alcade Peak of the 7-star sword sect, mentioned. She was also the female powerhouse who left his 2 fiancés behind. The 2 people you mentioned are the direct disciples of the vice peak master of Yin peak of the Yin-Yang sect. Also, I heard that the one called Ker will be married to the son of the peak master of Yang Peak in half a year's time. The old man nodded. When he mentioned the peak master of Yang Peak, his face was filled with respect. Boom! When the second half of the old man's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his face turned pale. What did you say? You said that Ker is going to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. His eyes were red. Yes, yes. Although the old man did not know why Duan Lingtian's reaction was so big, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied, What a joke! He had seen the technique of the person in front of him clearly just now. The gold-devouring organization's leader, whose strength was on par with his, could not even hurt the person in front of him at all. Most importantly, the person in front of him had the strength to annihilate the entire gold-devouring organization. There was no need for the person in front of him to make a move. As long as the person's follower made a move, he would definitely die. For this reason, he did not dare to hesitate when facing the person in front of him. Impossible! Duan Lingtian roared out loud. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed and transformed into a 5-colored energy. It was like a 5-colored flame that kept rising before it finally transformed into the shape of a sword. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared immediately. They occupied half of the sky and emitted a terrifying aura that was visually shocking. Apart from that, thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as well. However, compared to the 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, they were not even worth mentioning. The strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Although the old man knew the purple-clad young man before him was powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it made him tremble in fear. All of a sudden, the old man's expression changed drastically as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. In the next moment, the purple-clad young man appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, whose eyes were red as though he had lost his mind, reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed the old man's neck. The energy in his hand surged and dispersed the old man's origin energy that was on the verge of exploding. You said earlier that Ker is going to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Why, yes. The old man instantly realized the purple-clad young man must have a close relationship with Kerr, the direct disciple of the vice-peak master of Een Peak. He was afraid the purple-clad young man would choke him to death on impulse, so he quickly told him what he had heard. I heard that Kerr. She didn't agree to it, but Yang Peak's peak master captured Li Fei. He said he would kill Li Fei if she didn't marry him. The old man's face was red as he struggled to finish his sentence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the red in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually faded away. His agitated aura also calmed down. At the same time, he released his grip on the old man's neck. At this moment, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Kerr was not willing to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. What's going on? Aren't they the direct disciples of the vice peak master of Een Peak? The vice peak master of Een Peak didn't care about this matter? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. It's not that he didn't care, but he couldn't. The old man stretched his neck and said slowly, the vice peak master of Een Peak and the peak master of Een Peak were severely injured when they returned from a long journey a year ago. They're still in closed-door cultivation in the forbidden area of Een Peak to heal their injuries. It's said that the vice peak master of Een Peak's first direct disciple, Yang Shui, had entered the forbidden area many times because of this matter. However, her efforts were in vain. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's face turned gloomy again. The peak master of Yang Peak. At the same time, waves of cold killing intent radiated from his body as though it was about to devour someone. When will the Yin Yang sect's swift boat arrive? Can I reach the Yin Yang sect in half a year? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked coldly. The Yin Yang sect's swift boat will arrive in half a month's time. Once you board the swift boat, you'll reach the inner land and reach the Yin Yang sect in 3 months if there are no accidents. The old man replied honestly. He was really afraid of this purple-clad young man in front of him now. This was a powerhouse who could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Right now, he could only hope that the other party would spare his life for the sake of his cooperation. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard that he could reach the Yin Yang sect in time. Kerr, little Fei, wait for me. I'll save both of you very soon. As for the people who hurt you, I'll make them pay the price. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the inner land. He could not wait to rush to the 2 girls' side and help them get out of this predicament. What's the message in the communication jade slip that you sent out earlier? Chapter 11:27. It's nothing much. It just recorded the news of the gold-devouring organization being destroyed. That communication jade slip was sent to the other disciples of our Yin Yang sect at the Ruo Shui riverside. The old man replied truthfully. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that he was the person in charge of the Yin Yang sect stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside in the southern outer land. There were a total of 3 people stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he was the leader of the 3. Then does this mean you guys have seen what the gold-devouring organization did? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The old man nodded. Someone pretended to be a Yin Yang sect disciple and sold a fake boarding token. Did you guys not care at all? Duan Lingtian asked again. In any case, those high-grade origin stones will end up in our hands in the end, so why should we care? The old man replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian could not react at that moment. Over the years, there have been countless organizations like the gold-devouring organization at the Ruo Shui riverside. We usually let them go first. When the origin stones in their hands have accumulated to a certain extent, we'll destroy them and seize the origin stones in their hands. It's just that this time you've beaten me to it." The old man smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. "I see." Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, "Then does this mean I violated the interests of the Yin-Yang sect by doing this?" "That's right." The old man nodded. "You want to seize those origin stones back?" Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man with interest. "I dare not. I dare not." The old man panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly shook his head to express his stance, afraid that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. What a joke! Seize the origin stones from this person in front of him, unless he was tired of living. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so even if he was beaten to death. You don't dare to do that. However, when the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat arrives, once the people escorting the swift boat find out that I have origin stones in my hands, they won't be afraid, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the old man and asked, "The strongest person in our Yin-Yang sect who's escorting the swift boat is only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. If he knew your strength, of course, he wouldn't dare to offend you." The old man said with a bitter smile, "Not only that, Lord, you're able to exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons without using any spirit weapon. It's obvious that you're at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. It's impossible for our Yin-Yang sect to offend you for the sake of those origin stones." When the old man said this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. Unleashing the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons without using a spirit weapon. Such strength was most likely at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. A 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse whose origin energy was fully unleashed was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. An ordinary 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse would usually have comprehended 1/7 level monarch stage profundity, 2 first and 2nd level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. The latter was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 to 5,000 ancient horned dragons when added together. All added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 2,000 to 3,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of a slightly stronger 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist would be even stronger. It's comparable to his strength. It's almost impossible for him to be below the 7th level martial monarch stage. The old man speculated in his heart as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were fixed on the old man. He could tell that he was not lying earlier. A 4th level martial monarch stage escorting the swift boat? Seems like it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, although there were many martial monarch powerhouses in a first-rate force, whether it was the 4th level martial monarch stage or the 7th level martial monarch stage, there was a huge gap that was difficult to overcome. He was not surprised that the old man had mistaken him for someone above the 7th level martial monarch stage, even if it was a real LV7 martial royal realm martial artist. If they didn't use a spiritual weapon, there were only a few who could defeat him in terms of strength. How many people above the 7th level martial monarch stage in your Yin-Yang sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked bluntly. This time he took the swift boat across the Ruoshui River and arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. After arriving at the Yin-Yang sect, he wanted to force his way into the Yin-Yang sect and take his 2 fiancées away. During this process, he would have to fight with the powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect. Therefore, he asked the old man this question in hopes that he would be mentally prepared and at the same time understand the strength of the Yin-Yang sect. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The old man could not help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was obvious that he did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask this out of the blue. However, he still answered truthfully. As far as I know, there are not many people above the 7th level martial monarch stage in our Yin Yang sect. Among them, the peak master and 2 vice peak masters of our Yang peak are above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The same goes for the guardian elder. On top of that, the peak master and 2 vice peak masters of Yin peak are above the 7th level martial monarch stage. These are the only 7 I know of. The old man said slowly. 7 people above the 7th level martial monarch stage? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed as he asked again, "Are there any 9th level martial monarchs?" "I don't know about that. I only know that the 7 of them are at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among them, the peak masters of Yang Peak and Yin Peak are the strongest," the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Sir, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll take my leave first." The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of anxiety on his face. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not survive even if he had 10 lives. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Whoosh! The old man had an excited expression on his face when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement. His figure flashed as he flew toward the direction of the Ruo Shui riverside. Just when Duan Lingtian seemed to be deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Whoosh! A short-lived sword cry broke the silence beside Duan Lingtian's ears and woke him up immediately. At the same time, he looked at the source of the sword cry. This! Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the scene before his eyes. The old man who was supposed to leave had his body pierced by a sword and was no longer breathing. Whoosh! The figure that was like a fire elf appeared in front of the old man in just a blink of an eye. Her slender hand grabbed the air and took the old man's spatial ring. The profundity fragment in the old man's body was no exception. After taking the spatial ring and the profundity fragment, the figure that was like a fire elf moved again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the sky. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura coming at him. However, he had no intention of dodging at all. "Tian Wu, why did you kill him?" Duan Lingtian asked in shock as he lowered his head and looked at the old man's body that was about to fall to the ground. "I can't kill him." The figure that was like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. When she passed the profundity fragment and the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, a hint of confusion could be seen on her face. "It's all right. I've already killed him." Duan Lingtian, who took the profundity fragment from Feng Tianwu, shook his head with an indifferent expression on his face. Although he said he would spare the old man's life as long as he was satisfied with the old man's answer. The old man was very cooperative and answered to his satisfaction. However, he was not the one who killed the old man. It was Feng Tianwu who did it. Moreover, he did not ask Feng Tianwu to kill the old man. For this reason, he did not break his promise to the old man. "Let's go." After calling out to Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian called Xiong Quan and headed toward the direction of the Ruo Shui riverside. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned to the Ruo Shui riverside. The group of people at the Ruo Shui riverside were terrified when they saw Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returning. They only glanced at the Duan Lingtian and the other 2 before they no longer dared to look at them. What a joke! These 3 people were just followers, and they were all at the martial monarch stage. If they dared to look at them for too long, they might just kill them if they were displeased. If that was the case, they would really have nowhere to cry even if they wanted to. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the group of people in front of him in an attempt to find the 2 Yin Yang sect disciples who were stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside. However, he found nothing in the end. Nobody gave themselves away. They're really careful, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right now, he was also observing the surroundings and the sky above the Rua Shui riverside. He could confirm that nobody was hiding at the side. Everyone should be gathered here, including the two Yinyang sect disciples. Senior, thank you for your reminder earlier. Soon after, Duan Lingtian looked at one of the old men and thanked him through voice transmission. However, the old man did not respond. Instantly, Duan Lingtian realized that the old man had his concerns. He must be afraid that someone would notice him talking to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian intentionally walked closer to the old man. He glanced at the old man and communicated with him through voice transmission. Even without my reminder, you're still not afraid of the gold-devouring organization. This old man has meddled in other people's business. The old man replied through voice transmission with a sigh in his tone. Senior, you must be joking. I'll remember Senior's kindness in my heart. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Time passed by quietly. Half a month passed by very quickly. During this period of time, the people from the gold-devouring organization seemed to have vanished without a trace. For a moment, the people at the Rua Shui riverside felt less restrained, and it became even more lively. The swift boat is here. Nobody knew when, but a cry of surprise rang out, startling everyone present. Swift boat? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian was not interested. He stood there with his eyes closed to rest. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.